5 seconds remaining.
tnc.predator's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
tnc.predator's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gentlemen, back for another day of the BTS Pro Series Season 3, by the way. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Day number 2 of the group stages, and I've got to ask you, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. You know, day 1 had a few surprises for us. New Esports, the first team up today up against TNC. They surprised us massively with that first series up against Fnatic. You know, they won out 2-0. And they have played against TNC before. In the Omega League, they did play one series that actually went 1-1. So we'll see if New Esports can pull off that same performance today and continue to surprise us, or if TNC is ready for it, because they've played before. You can see the draft as well. TNC, they're pulling out the Bloodseeker themselves. In the first game of New Esports, they were the ones running the Bloodseeker with a Zeus. They were going with that combo. The damage and sustain the Bloodseeker had was a bit too much to deal with. Now New Esports, they're going to have to see if they can play against it themselves.
Absolutely. Now, John, I do have to apologize. I feel like I'm apologizing every 2 minutes these days, but having a very, very bad hair day at the moment, John. I'm not sure if you've seen yet, but try and fix it up after the game. You know, may have woken up just a little bit late today, just a little bit. Thankfully, we do have Monster, right?
Oh yeah,
to keep us awake, because I got to tell you, I'm out of energy right now. But
10 seconds remaining.
Got some lovely Monster, John. Mango Loco today. Yes, they have Pump Line Crunch.
Oh, sweet.
Pump Line Punch is what I was meant to say. But delicious. Anyway. Absolutely. Draft has begun, John. Bloodseeker Tiny is upon us for tnc.predator. We've seen this one before.
Oh yeah.
New Esports going for the Rubik Clockwork opening.
Yeah, it's I'd say a lot more flexible for TNC. You know, they can run the Bloodseeker off, they can run it mid, they could run it safe, and on the offhand, maybe a 4, but with a Tiny, probably not a support. Still, you've got that beautiful combo. Rupture Toss is always fun to watch, Mike. You know, it's always fun to watch someone bleeding out in the air. TNC's got that in spades, so it's going to be entertaining. New Esports. I mean, you know, raining blood is fun. It's a very metal thing to have. Still, New Esports. Rubik, right? It's not too hard to steal the Rupture at the right time, so you could probably take it. Even Blood Right's nice. Heck, the entire kit of Bloodseeker is really nice to steal, and the Tiny as well. So a lot of utility coming out from the Rubik. The Clockwork has to be a bit careful with how he plays with his cogs and the hookshot. It's a major threat when you're up against a Bloodseeker, you're ruptured up, you don't know it, you hookshot out and you're dead. So you have to be really conscious, and cogs in the wrong spot with your allies around you, you suddenly get blood righted up. So a few things there to be aware for New Esports, but they do have solid supports. They've somewhat locked themselves in. TNC an opportunity to go for a mid that can kind of slide through. Rubik and Clock don't necessarily hold slippery heroes down for too long, and that's something New Esports has to be a bit cautious about. We've seen drafts punish early support pickups a lot now in the past few weeks.
It does seem like most teams are allowing their position 1 pickups to come into the second pick phase. Nobody really wanting to reveal their position 1s early. I mean, you see it here and there. If they really want to prioritize, say, like a Faceless Void or a Sven or something like that, we'll see it pop up in the first phase, but in most cases, they're going to wait till the second pick phase. Only problem with that is, of course, every second ban phase, we just have a hell of a lot of position 1 bans, and we're usually left with not many options for either side. But That is how they're playing it right now. One more ban to go from New Esports, and we'll get to see where these drafts are going. I do also wonder if TNC is going to opt for the Bloodseeker Zeus that we saw. You know, when you combine it with the Tiny, it's just so much burst damage. So the Avalanche cost may not kill someone by itself, but when you add a Thunder God's Wrath on the end, when you add a Bloodseeker running at you at 800 kilometers per hour, it's you're looking pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Still New Esports. There still one more ban to go, John.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, but the Spectre slides through untouched. This is something New Esports loves. Back to it now. The one series they played against TNC, their win was with Spectre Zeus. The both heroes are in the pool. I don't know about the Zeus into the Bloodseeker Tiny. It's going to be really squishy, but in this lineup with a Rubik Clock, especially with Clockwork, you know, you can make that Zeus really work. And again, you tie that in with a Spectre in the second phase would be nice. So TNC, they haven't banned those heroes. New Esports does have first pick in the coming pick phase. They could easily opt for it themselves.
They could. See if that's what they want. Mind you, the Zeus may not be too much of a comfortable pick into the clock. Obviously, it can be a bit rough if you do get hook-shotted on. Not really much mobility on the Zeus to be able to get out of the battery assault and cogs range.
5 seconds remaining.
Esports, they have used a lot of reserve time already, but they're going to go back into it now. 40 seconds left.
TNC.
Really having a deep think about this one, and they are going to go into the Sand King. Now, we saw this yesterday. And if I remember correctly, it did not perform that well. Mind you, that was a position 4 Sand King. This time around, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a position 3. Do you feel confident about this pick?
Not fully. I think the win rates of Sand King has been up and down. I think there's a lot of ways to prevent the Sand King from really working out. Like, just look at the Bloodseeker. The Sand King, if you're going to be playing around with, say, the Sandstorm, Bloodseeker just drops a Blood right on top of you, really easy to land. Then you have to break the Sandstorm. You could use the Blood right to scout around preemptively to break a Blink initiation out. It's not the easiest Sand King game. It is what New Esports needs, though. They were lacking hold in a wide area. Kind of helps them out in that team fight sense. TNC, though, they get the Chen, and New Esports gets the Morphling immediately. The Morphling here is pretty potent. I do like that now, because you can turn into Bloodseeker. And then all of a sudden you can run around. But at the same time, we saw Bloodseeker Morphling into Bloodseeker before, and Bloodseeker punishes Morphling, right? You're morphing around your HP, you're trying to juggle it. Bloodseeker doesn't care. Percent HP, he benefits as you swap out. So the Bloodseeker's going to be able to do some stuff there. He can prevent him from running with a Rupture as well. And TNC, they get the Chen. This is a March special. They run this so well. On that pause 4, pause 5 roll, they play around its timings. It's looking really scary with TNC's draft.
Ooh. A Slark comes out now. Now, this is very, very exciting because you've got Bloodseeker and Slark in the same game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it could be a rough one here for New Esports if TNC get the start they're looking for. I was going to say the Morphling doesn't seem too bad when you consider the fact that he also has the Sand King to morph into. Which is obviously, like, having Burrow Strike on Morphling is really nice. But, I don't know. They've got the Slark now. Obviously, he doesn't care too much for all these disables you're throwing at him because he has Dark Pact. We haven't seen Slark in a while, though. I question the effectiveness of a position 1 Slark these days. Is it good enough to go against, say, something like the Morphling?
Remaining.
I reckon it is. I think, again, you've already got the Bloodseeker to juggle with a Morph. Slark, if you are morphing Strength, you're just giving Slark more opportunities to stack some Agi up with the right clicks, and he can just hide himself in the Shadow Dance. You don't have the Bloodseeker on New Esports side to counteract that Slark, because that's the natural counter, right? You see a Slark, you pick the Bloodseeker. It's all on TNC's end. Can be a bit trickier to lock that Slark in. The key thing that's going to be coming out for TNC next is it looks like they're lacking the Armel hero unless they're giving him Bloodseeker. So the mid pickup is going to set the pace because the Bloodseeker plays pretty fast. The natural buildup we've seen is, you know, that Veil of Discord. So you're going to want mid that can pump up that magic damage, I'd say in this case. The Spirit Brothers have been left alone except for Void Spirit. You could opt for the Storm or the Ember. Either one kind of works out here. I'd say in this case, Storm would probably have a better time, simply because of the lack of hold here from New Esports. Their most reliable stun is Burst Strike and the Lift combo. Maybe the Morphling stun as well if you want to count that, but it should be easy to slide in and out. You don't have any instantaneous stuns to worry about if you do pick that Storm for Armel here. The co-op would have been nicer, but that was banned way earlier by New Esports.
It's a lot less magic damage with something like the Kunkka, but I was also thinking maybe they could go into an Armel Kunkka here, considering like you just want a tempo setting fighting kind of mid-core right now. I mean, you've got the Slark, you've got the Bloodseeker, you just want to fight. The X is obviously very effective up against the Morphling Sand King, because you can just X him up and he can't get away. And you can also just build into a Spirit Vessel if you did want to on the Kunkka, right? You could just rush the Spirit Vessel, make that Morphling's life even harder. And I think it would fit what TNC is trying to do. By the way, John, the boat rump, I saw this the other day and it kind of disgusted me. The boat rum affects the Chen creeps. So, yeah. It's something I'd never noticed before, but it actually tanks up the Chen creeps even more. So it's,
that's beautiful.
I'm pretty sure it does, unless it was something else. I could be forgetting now, but I'm very, very sure that was the case.
Admiral Kunkka.
And they go for the Kunkka.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
You called it. It's the Armel special. It adds to that durability. You know, you don't need someone to zip in and out if you can just buff everyone up and run around with Bloodseeker. So you've got the control for the Morphling. You've got the AoE tie-up for your team now, because you kind of lacked out outside Bloodright and Avalanche. Now you've got control. You've got the Chen heal and the boat rum, as you mentioned. It is pretty ridiculous. New Esports has to find a way to eat through that durability here with her last pick. It is going to have to be a mid matchup. Now, the one-on-one matchup with Kunkka isn't necessarily the hardest. It's that you're looking for something to give you that impact, and DDZ is going to have to carry his weight. They go with a gyro.
Okay. I mean, you can morph into the Gyrocopter too, right? So you can take the Flak Cannon. We've seen how broken that can be.
Yeah.
But it is a very greedy kind of core lineup here from New Esports, right? Like, you've got these three heroes. You've got the Rubik Clockwork Sand King, who aren't so greedy. They love to run around and fight. But then you've got Morphling Gyro, who are... I mean, Gyrocopter can fight, but it's... If you don't farm, it's kind of like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it does fall a bit flat in that case. New Esports... the combination with Gyro Morph, I don't know if it's worth 4.2k and that worth to go into the Ags just to turn into Gyro. I think if you're the Morphling, you're going to be looking for something else. It's not as broken as like the Shaker. Maybe down the line, but I think DDZ is going to have to play a much more straightforward Morph here, because you don't want to be playing that farming game. Not with a Gyrocopter around who will also want to soak up. The key here for New Esports is to sort of play fast. It's a fast Gyrocopter game. You play with your early magic damage. You shove out waves. You take these team fights with your Sand King, and you try to win out that way. For TNC's part, they can stave off that a lot. They can try to force pushes with March's Chen, and they can sustain themselves. Key thing for TNC is to hit those level 6 marks, especially for March. Like, as the support Chen in this game, you're going to want that Hand of God very quickly. That's one thing for TNC. Otherwise, New Esports, they do have pretty good lanes. You know, they can play this aggressively. They've just got to make it work. This Gyrocopter Morphling duo, we've seen it once or twice before. The results have been less than stellar. So there's a lot of pressure here from New Esports to make this greedy lineup work.
Oh, there certainly is. Get into it. Game number 1 of the day. Did I mention it was a very exciting day, John? A lot of big matchups.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday was pretty lit as well, I'm not going to lie, but today I woke up feeling very excited. Don't take that the wrong way, John. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Prepare for battle.
No, every day is going to be exciting. It looks set to be super exciting. Without these stages, with those roster shuffles, every team just looks exciting. You know, tier 2 teams are popping off as well. New Esports is one of them. I think 032 is another team to watch out for. So every single time we get to see these teams up against the top dogs, you're always in for a treat.
There you are. It is getting the tips very, very early on. Very nice to see, though. They are from his own team, mate.
God of the DDZ. Oh, Armel with respect. I mean, Arrow Gaming, man. All those years ago. Oh, they looked great until, you know, until certain things happened, Mike. Certain things.
Indeed, they did.
30 seconds to battle.
You are a god, no kappa.
Lots of respect. Lots of respect.
One. Although we love, you know, grudge matches and things like that.
Yamate, Beast 2, then he says you're all washed up. What the hell, Armel? What are you doing?
You know, he loves talking trash, this bloke.
The battle begins.
Alright, get into it. Game number 1. A 2-for-2 banner in trade, nothing too special happening here unless March is currently getting attacked by Mosin, but Mosin's now going to get surrounded without battery assault. Tims can't break the gap for a toss back, so they're just going to let him go. A bit of harassment. Just fine. The laning stage.
It's a good start for new esports. They did manage to snag one away from March, so it's 3-for-1 bounty trade. Gonna set themselves up nicely, and you look at that top lane. This is not gonna be too fun of a time for Yamate. He's on the gyrocopter, he's got Mazin around in that clock, but look at his combination with KP and Tims. Once you start to get the blood rights off and the avalanche toss combo comes in, you don't want to step in that AoE. It's gonna be really easy to punish a misstep.
Tims does get battery assaulted up by Mosin, but of course you can just toss him away when he does that.
You get nothing.
In the mid lane, John Armel and DDZ up against each other. Morphling versus Kunkka. And it should be fairly even, right? You can't really imagine DDZ dying too early on, unless he does make a bit of a misstep. And it's the same story for Armel. DDZ probably won't get aggressive on this Morphling unless he does have some support rotations.
Yeah, it's going to be rather even. I'd put a slight advantage to Armel in terms of clearing out the creep wave. So the Kunkka should be able to find a little bit more farm. Able to apply that pressure with the Tidebringer. DDZ is going to have to be cautious with how he juggles that HP. It's really a weird balancing act when you're a Morphling against Bloodseeker. So that's one thing DDZ has to be pretty conscious about. Of course, on the bot lane as well, you've got Candyloon and Barry up against Gabby and March on the Chen. And it's that offlane Sand King again. You know, Candy's doing an okay job, 5-0 so far. Did opt for the Sandstorm Caustic build. But without that stun, that doesn't mean you're going to get kill opportunity.
Top lane, Mosin does go down. Now Yamate going to get a trade on the Gyrocopter, and KP just leave it at that. But he does secure first blood on our Bloodseeker. So things are looking very, very nice for TNC to start us off.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want with a Bloodseeker. It's a snowball-based hero. The Tiny is as well. Just finding the first blood first really sets up the blood to at least get a little bit more in the laning phase, and that's when it starts to get tricky. Level 3 marks coming out, especially on Tims. Once you've got that burst, again, you've got melee support against this duo. Mosin can't really exert that pressure.
Oh, that's beautiful from Gabby. Just taking full advantage of that Orb of Venom, and you don't have the brown boots yet on the Rubik. He opted to go for the regen build to try and trade Harass, and it does not pan out. Especially when you've got that Orb of Venom slow on the Slark. You just can't get away.
Oh,
back now.
Candy?
Another great pounce. Candy's in trouble. Sentry Ward to be placed down. March helping out. Candy will be able to walk away thanks to the lift, and it looks like Barry will end up giving a salve over to the Sand King.
Nice try.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important to maintain that HP. This is an issue with the Sand King without the Burrow Strike. You just can't help yourself, you can't trade back. And every single time this offlane bleeds an HP, it speeds up the progress for KP up top, so you really have to be cautious about your spacing here for new esports.
I love the way Gabby's playing this though, John. He's so aggressive. Every time they come close to the creep wave, he runs at them, gets a few essence shift stacks and backs off again, and that's why he went for that level 2 essence shift. Right, you get the longer duration, and you basically zone them out of lane constantly. There's just nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, Candy is trying to exert that pressure with Caustic Finale triggers, but it's just not catching Gabby out. He's spacing himself perfectly fine. He's last-hitting under the towers. March is keeping that lane in equilibrium as well. So overall, a really nice time for TNC down bot. Up top as well, look at that, Mosin.
Trouble again. Avalanche is out from Tims. Mosin gonna be okay for now. Yamate trying to help with the rocket barrage, but he'll get tossed up. Looks like KP will just leave it at that. No need to risk anything. Of course, he does get that added movement speed now thanks to the low HP pull of the clockwork, so I'm sure he's happy to just keep him at that HP.
It's probably one of the things for TNC. Even if they don't find these kills, You're still having a good time because KP gets to apply more pressure towards Yamate, and you can see that is hurting our Gyrocopter's farm. He's not doing as well as you'd expect him to. Behind Gabby by 4 last hits, and you can see KP take over that lane. 21-6, a really good time for the Bloods so far.
Step light.
Has.
Your admiral is on board.
Looking back at mid, Armel has been really dominating in terms of CS, just 6 ahead of the Morphling at the moment. DDZ keeping up, but he has to be just a little bit cautious about how much damage he does take. Top lane, however, Tims is able to pick up a kill onto Mosin, and now Yamate going to be able to snag the bounty rune. Can he TP out? He can. Tims not have Avalanche Toss available, nor did he have the mana. They'll have to let the Gyrocopter go, though. Bot lane, Barry just can't catch a break. Gabby's just hitting like a truck right now on that Slark. He will return back to the lane now and probably will start going on to Candy Loot.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Gabby's aggressive plays. How often do you see the pause one going for those bounty runes? Leaves the lane, he lets March soak some EXP again, realizing that they need that fast timing in the Chen. So a lot of discipline from TNC to evenly split that EXP. They're just rewarded. They're not being punished for these greedy movesets.
They are not. Heroes up top now from TNC. Armel going to join in. They want to go after Yamate with the toss in from Tims, and Yamate, it's going to be hard to get out of this one. The boat to fly in, and he is almost certainly just gone. Mosin just staring from a distance, not knowing what to do to help him out. They might just get started on that tier 1 tower push.
Yeah, this is not good news for you esports. A 2k lead for TNC early. They've got the greedier draft. They can play catch-up with the Gyrocopter. The issue is you've got a Gyrocopter and a Morphling that will need to farm that jungle. There might not be enough space to support both of them and Candy Loon on the Sand King. Like, all 3 heroes need certain items to really be efficient in that mid-game.
And that they do. 3 heroes down bot now. Pressure with this siege creep for the side of New Esports. Gabby is around, but he can't defend this by himself, and it looks like he's just going to rotate the top lane. Who have they caught out there? It's a rupture toss away onto Mosin. Well, there you go. It's raining blood now. That'll be the first second kill onto Mosin, and well, the first rupture toss kill.
Oh yeah, and it's a beauty to watch. I'm not sure how Clockwork bleeds out. Yeah, you'd expect that tin can armor to hold it in, but still bleeds through, and they're trying to go for the tower trades. You do see a rotation out top to try to push it back. EDZ saving his tier 1 for a bit, but it's already really low in HP. Just 70 left. Might go for the deny.
He does. Bit of gold denied off from TNC. Still going to be a nice little win out for this side of New Esports. Seems like TNC don't really mind this at all. They will get started in the mid lane now. And this is the beauty of their draft. There's no downtime. They've got low cooldowns. They've got heroes that don't need farm. And they can just keep running at the side of New Esports with no hesitation.
Yeah, you're really seeing that aggression playing. Gabby's not farming, he's just focusing on that push. You see the rotations by the supports, but Mosin and Barry are just level 3. They can't really stop 2 cores going at mid straight away. And like, they're actually just going to go for a rotation. Have some good wards to spot DDZ out.
They have the rupture. DDZ, if he takes the rupture, he's in trouble, and he waveforms away. He was strength morphing, but Gabby is happily going to start taking stats away. Bloodrite is there with the boat to fly in, and DDZ has no chance of survival. Another great rotation out from TNC, and they're just going to go back mid.
Yeah, it's just a rinse and repeat. You mentioned it, but no cooldowns to wait for, no farm necessary. Constant aggression to feed the war machine that is TNC. And New Esports, they're buying some time. They've left Yamate alone to farm up, but the Gyrocopter is sacrificing his Morphling for this.
Lift up onto KP, but they just don't have the lockdown, and March is there anyway. You do have the Veil of Discord up on Candy Loon now, but he is very far off getting that Blink Dagger up. And it is going to be very, very important for him to have that available ASAP. His team does need the added teamfight control and mobility for that matter. Everyone on New Esports is just behind. Their highest net worth at the moment being DDZ, but this is what you come to expect from drafts like this. You just understand that your early game is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, and they're trying their best to just maintain some farming presence. There's a smoke out from Candy and Mosin. they're going to be expecting any successful rotation out. They might just be going on a warding run, but a two-man smoke like this with a level 4 clock doesn't come to mind as a success in my eyes. See if they make that work.
Pretty tough when it's only a level 4 clock. Can't really close the gap very well. They're looking at Tim's down at that bot lane, but he already understands something is going wrong here. Or maybe not. Candyloon does have his smoke broken, now under vision. And they just can't afford to try for this, so they're going to have to back off again.
Yeah, it's small movements like that are pretty costly. Buying time for the two bigger cores to farm up, but then you have Candyloon not doing anything. Look at Yamate.
Oh, Yamate, he's been ruptured up again. Tims still has the toss, he just hasn't used it yet, and will toss it back into KP.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What a combination. That's all the way from Dota 1, John. This used to be a thing.
Oh yeah, it's a classic. You know, it's that and Rupture Hook, which we'll probably never see because Pudge is dead in the water. So we'll have to settle with the toss, and it's just lovely. TNC, they find the opportunities, they get the punishment out. New esports. The silver lining is that if one core dies, another core is farming. The issue is you're still losing one core in that equation, which doesn't add up to an equal amount. Something's got to pay. At least DDZ's got his Morbid Mask, so you can safely farm as the Morphling, but it just takes so much investment for the Morphling to be big. We're looking at maybe a BKB, maybe a Manta, a Lincoln Sphere for sure in this game. And that's just a lot of gold to ask from one hero with this kind of limited map already.
And you look at Armel, he's smoked up now with Tims, and they're looking down at Yamate at that bot lane. I love the fact that Armel is rushing the Spirit Vessel as well, by the way, just to really amplify how fast they can kill this Morphling. Once he has that up, it's hard to see how they're going to be safe on DDZ. As soon as he gets X'd up, he's basically dead. In fact, they're running to him right now. Tim's going to group up with KP. They want to commit that Rupture again. But it looks like they will back off in time, New Esports, and be within safety range.
Pretty decent readout. Again, they're not crossing a river for the most part, beyond Yamate in that bot lane, but they've stayed disciplined. They're staying on their side of the map, slowly farming up. The key thing here for New Esports is that their tier 1 is still alive. So as long as they keep that alive, they can maintain that jungle control, but TNC, they're not looking to keep that up for long.
Oh, hookshot in Mosen. It's a great hookshot out with 2 in the cogs. Bloodright's going to be there. Mosen, he is melting quick. He needs help. Well, the Expo is going to fly in with the Rupture out on Candyloon, so he can't Burrow Strike in again. And Mosen, maybe just a bit early there. Bloodright is going to be out. Tims looking for a toss back on Candyloon, but Sentry is going to be placed. They get the torrent off as well. Candy is in trouble, but gets the Burrow Strike in time. Still Hand of God, keeping Tims alive. He is not dead yet. The waveform's going to miss. They do finally kill him off. Now Yamate, he's in big trouble. He does go down to KB. Armel, he'll get the X off onto DDZ with the torrent follow-up, and Gabby back to stealing stats. We'll let it go. Back toward that T1. In fact, no, Mosen, he goes again on the clockwork.
Middle tower is under attack.
But we'll let it go, and that T1 tower is as good as gone.
Oh yeah, it's back and forth. You lose your pause 1 for a pause 4. You're still going to be happy as TNC. You finally take that mid-tier 1. Now with the jungle control New Esports maintained for their cores, it's going to be harder to keep up. They're going to have to toss more wards down to ensure that it's safe to farm. And TNC, they've already had some deep wards. Now that you don't have that TP point, Esports has to be a lot more cautious with where they farm. It just gets harder and harder to find that space out here for these tree-heavy farming cores.
It's another reason why you don't really want to play up against Marsh's Chen either, right? Like, you saw him in that last team fight, how much time he bought Tims. And they just had to concentrate and waste so many more spells just trying to burst down the Tiny. He's just going to instantly heal you up for over 500 HP with that Hand of God and Mech. And I just love the fact that he skipped the boots. He realizes he doesn't need it. He just needs to be able to heal up his team constantly throughout a team fight, and eventually the boots will come. He's not even going boots now. He's rushing if Vladimir's offering. Yeah. Great support play here from March.
A very selfless play from March. Just team is always set to go, and he's just playing into that momentum. TNC, they don't like sitting back, they don't like farming up, they want to keep running at you. They've got the 4K lead at 14 minutes in, 9-2. New Esports, you know, they're still having good farm on DDZ. That's the best you can say. They're working towards that Manta style first on the morph. But you can see that DDZ's already had the farm down bot. It's just not safe anywhere else. Not on his own side of the river anymore.
No, he'll have to take the more contested farm. It is definitely not safe, but he knows everyone from TNC is around the mid lane at the moment. They are not looking to go back to their own jungle. Still new esports now. They do have the Blink Dagger coming out on Candy Loon, and that could be really game-changing here. But he does need a level to get his epicenter up.
I'll take that.
And at this point, I think if you're Candy Loon, you do want that level 1 epicenter ASAP, but Mosen goes for a hook shot onto Tim's. Tim's waiting it out. Armel is just behind. They'll toss Mosen back. Still, Tim's does get focused down, but now Mosen going to cop a boat right to the face. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Burrow strike in. Now the stolen boat out from Barry. Back into the side of TNC, but they don't mind. They'll keep fighting. Candy Loon, he is dropping very, very low at the moment. Still trying to run, but he has no way out. He's gone. The call down though. Out onto Gabby, but he'll shadow dance. Back onto DDZ. He'll waveform through, going after March. Now KB's in trouble. He'll make a run for it, but it looks like he is going to go down. And that was some great play out from Barry John. Stolen boat and then stolen blood right.
Oh yeah, a lot of that was off the back. Barry just key spells, keeping them alive. Those few seconds you bought out with the boat just enabled them to get the damage out. New esports in the right conditions when TNC is not fully grouped up together, and when they lose March early, it can go a bit messy for them if they're not careful.
Oh, Barry. Bit out of position there, Barry. Trying to farm that mid wave, but perhaps assuming TNC would have backed off by this point. Still, they're going to try and get a trade here onto Armel. That'd be a massive one. Hand of God does come in. Armel does run away. Now the Rupture is out onto Yamate, but he's going to go for a TP attempt. KP does not have a Yules up, but they get the X in time. Armel's going to bring it back into the Blood Right and the Torrent. Here comes March and Tim's. The Avalanche is there. Yamate, he's gone. Candy Loon now with the epicenter. Going onto Armel, but the boat's going to fly in. It won't be enough, but it does stun up too. Now Gabby, there to join his team. Will go after Mosen. No, make that Candy Loon as they already get Mosen. Do they have detection? No, they do. They do. Oh, everything's fine.
Oh, it was a tourist. He got clipped right at the end to drop into tourist range. Spotted him. They had vision of him in the end. They cleaned that up. So after a good fight for New Esports, they overextend a bit. They start to split up themselves. They get punished. So TNC's back up there 15-6. New Esports has to be a bit more disciplined. March was alive. March had Hand of God. He didn't use it in the first fight, and the sustain came into play. The key thing for New Esports is if they can kill March first, then force a fight afterwards. That's how they win. That's what they need to do to meet those conditions, and you can't force a fight if you don't see March. You just can't. He's going to keep them all alive way too long.
Good old March. He's got a shovel and he's got 4 salves right now. It's pretty standard, by the way. Every time I get a shovel, John, I swear there'll be games where I won't get 1 bounty rune, and I'll use that shovel off cooldown like it's a Midas. But I will not get 1 bounty. I'll just get salves the whole time. It's not a nice feeling.
I do like the salve though. Like it's a good amount of gold, right? Better than the creep. You know, it's way better than that.
Barry just casually stole boat off Armel. Armel forgetting to cast another spell. So try and look to use that against TNC a bit later on. Like, you may as well just wait for a defense attempt here for New Esports before you do throw that boat out. It is going to be that much more effective once you're near your own tower. Yeah, and see, we'll see if they do want to make that sort of push play right now.
They're being a bit more patient. You know, they've got Armel on the different side of the map farming up. They're working towards a Scotty on that Flork, securing the top jungle. They're not playing offensively. They've slowed down a bit here, TNC. They get some key items up first. They know New Esports are starting to pump up there. You look at BTS, he is actually going for that axe play.
Sorry, John, I apologize. Apparently, there's a bit of an issue and we have to restart the stream. So I apologize. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't fucking...
All right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright. I apologize about that, ladies and gentlemen. There was some technical issues going on, but we're back, TNC. They just take a tier 2 top tower. There was no fights that broke out or anything like that. Nothing too special that we missed. Just a tier 2 top tower.
Yeah, it's not much. You can see new esports. They've kind of settled in. Like, if you're going to take these towers, as long as it's not the high ground, we're going to farm. We're close to that Ags for DDZ, so he can become the better gyrocopter, as we like to say. And once you reach that point, there might be enough in the tank for DDZ out the damage. Even Yamate is progressing nicely into BKB, so they're going to be able to exert that presence once it's up. They're just stalling for time here in new esports. They're still at a 6k deficit though. So this stalling out is coming at a bit of a cost. The cores of TNC grow bigger and bigger, and there's only so much that you can expect from these farm cores when everyone else is that poor. In TNC, straight to the Roche pit.
Now, they are. Gabby working towards that Eye of Skadi now. That Roshan, they're actually not going to go for it all the way. They haven't got the quick damage. They're going to smoke up and run straight into new esports. Rupture going to be out onto Mosin. KB just going to run straight forward. Mosin's been left behind. That Tims, he's going to go for more now. Catches out Barry and DDZ. He's going to get X'd up into the torrent boat of Armel. KB there, no blood right available, but Candy Learn, he comes in with the Epi Burrow. Yamate trying to fight back, but look at the hills out from March. He's not letting anyone die here. Candy Learn, he's gone. Yeah, Tims is looking for more. He's looking for a toss back onto Yamate. They're not going to be able to get it, but this Chen pickup is proving to be way too strong.
It definitely is. This is why you banned Chen against TNC. March didn't even use the Hand of God. He didn't use it. All he had to do was pop the mech. They're still alive. They still have the Hand of God. And new esports, we talked about it earlier, the times they win is when March is dead. You cannot force the fight if March is alive. You cannot jump anyone but March first. If you catch March out, you can win the follow-up. But they go in, they get punished for it. New esports now, again, you see TNC right back in the pit, and after blowing that epicenter, it's going to be tricky to force a fight in there if you want to at all.
It's also the pipe on KP. He popped the pipe as the Burrow Strike Epi came in. And so with the mech heal from March, it made it that much more difficult to get any form of damage out. And this is really starting to become a massive problem for new esports. As the Roshan is going to go down, they do rocket flare it up, so they have an opportunity to try and steal it, but they're not within range. This is where you'd love to be at that Roshan pit as Mosin, to be able to hook shot in and try to at least take the Aegis away. But he is not. And with that, TNC, they're just going to keep going. There's no reason to stop. Down to the bot lane. They see Yamate. Armel going to be able to get the X off with the torrent boat once again. And the Spirit Vessel to make things even worse. There's your blood run out from KB and Barry. He kind of stares at his carry for a second, but realizes there's not much he can do. He'll go for a TB play and we'll make it out. Tim's almost got him, but not quite.
Yeah, it's still a big win for TNC, finding that big core once more. Fortunately for Yamate, he did buy out the BKB. So they've got the BKB up on the gyro. There's a little bit more he can do in these fights. You've got to contend with the Vlads up from March though. So there's more durability here for TNC, some sustain coming out as well, amping up on TNC's strengths. They're just going to be able to right click through and regen up. There's nothing to really stop that regeneration out from new esports as well. They just don't have anything like an early vessel, like any sort of build up into a Skadi or a Shiva's Guard. So the sustain is always going to be effective.
They group up again, new esports, looking to maybe try and force a team fight at their tier 2, but it is very dangerous into an Aegis of Gabby. They have boat back up in 3 seconds to make matters worse, so there's no downtime here. In fact, Ron of Atos now available on KP. He'll get the Blood Right Rupture. Onto Yamate and Armel. Gonna go for an easy X into a torrent. Tims looking for the toss back. They kind of messed that one up. Armel exited back of the toss. DDZ won't get the burrow strike though. Now Mosen, a great cox out with the Mosen flying, but Mosen just melts. But there goes Tim's on the Tiny. He's also down. Now the Rod of Atos back out from KB, but they're chasing Yamate on the gyrocopter. Gabby, he needs to turn around back onto this Morphling, and he will, but DDZ's already out. So 1 for 1. Just the position 4's dying here.
It's trickier for new esports. They've expended their call down. They do still have Epicenter to play with from Candy. If they want to try and jump in, they are really holding on to this tier 2, but you can see TNC, they're not really backing off. They've still got the Aegis on Gabby, and he's stuck in an awkward spot, leaping right behind the shop. He's stuck. There you go. Get out.
Get out of there, Gabby.
Oh,
easy. Got spotted. Mind you, Gabby does have that Skadi up. He's going for that Aghanim Scepter, John. Did you happen to see the Slashers Wave video that just came out?
No, I haven't. What was it?
He made a Slark video, John.
Oh.
Yeah, just rush Ags apparently, according to Slasher.
Well, we've seen that build up for a while. You know, the extra jumps are still pretty nice to have. And of course, with the aggression they play, it's really enticing, although...
Well, the Rod of Atos again proving to be great. Burrow Strike not going to connect DDZ, and a boat's coming. Don't connect though. DDZ still in danger. Gabby now on top. He doesn't have waveform available. He's trying to Burrow Strike away, but it was on cooldown. Still the 4-star now. Going to protect. There's an avalanche out from Barry trying to save. Now the TP away with the waveform, and they can't cancel. They're going to turn back around, however, and punish Barry on the Rubik. Barry really was the reason why that Morphling was able to waveform away like that, Johnny. He got a nice avalanche steal and just stopped them from being able to finish the job off.
Oh yeah, they're finding ways to stay alive, but TNC's still winning out in these trades. That tier 2 tower has lived a lot longer than you'd expect, but they're going on Yamato.
He's got a BKB up. That's a 9-second charge being expended here. Back onto KB, but there's no damage. Call down. Mosen, he's going to try. Candy learn to Burrow Strike in, but KB is taking 0 damage here. Now he's taking a bit. Another Burrow Strike out, but the heals are starting to come in. KB, he's still alive, but they do kill off Tims. Now the cavalry comes in a 3-man torrent out from Armel, and they're going to turn this one back around. There's Yamate gone. Now the boat's flying in. Candy learn, he'll survive, but Mosen will not on the clock, and now Candy's gone. DDZ trying to get out of there, but he's been ruptured up, and he's got nowhere to go. 4-star though from Barry will again save him, but the X back from Armel will bring him back. Still waveform now going to be out, but Gabby does get the pounce off in time. He adaptive strikes away, looking for a burrow, can't get it. Still DDZ, no, he will go down to KP this time around. And they look to set up for that tier 3 top tower, TNC.
Oh yeah, it's 26-9. You're seeing Barry really just try to put that work in with a 4-staff, just buying time for new esports. It's never enough time though. They do stall out, the Aegis is gone, but nothing to stop this push.
Hookshot Mosen trying to protect his Rubik, gets a nice cogs off, but it may cost him his life. Yamate is going to come in with the flat cannon. Now Burrow Strike, Gabby's still alive, goes into the Shadow Dance and does take out Mosen. Onto Yamate. Torrent is there with the vessel. BKB going to be forced out, and they just want to retreat out of here, TNC. No, never mind. They're going to go back in now.
Under attack.
Gabby, he's got 36 stolen stacks of Agi.
Ooh, boy. Boy, that is the dream if you're Slark, doing all the damage. He's also had his Scotty for a while, so any region that you might have had in your esports is way lessened out. And he's got his Ags flying in. So TNC, they do manage to clear that tier 3. They're just going to back off. They reset. You know, they lost the Aegis by expiry. No, they smoke up. Gonna pull a sneaky one.
Well, they know how strong they are right now. They're 15k ahead. By the way, did I say 36? I meant about 130 stolen Agi. Torrent is going to be there with a rupture toss back onto Yamate. He has no BKB. Mosen going to try and hookshot in, but the both. Gonna connect for a second there. Gabby gonna pounce in after this clockwork. The Burrow Strike will not connect onto Gabby once again, and that pounce duration making it very hard for Mosen to be able to get out of there. And Gabby just pounces again. He's got so many stacks of Essence Shift. Barry will go down now. A triple kill out for Gabby. The X back out onto DDZ now. He's looking for an Ultra, but there's a Burrow Strike and an Epicenter. It's just not going to be enough. DDZ so close to dying, but Gabby will leave him be. He won't finish him off. Into the fountain for Gabby. Back to Candyloon now. Burrow Strike away from Candyloon, however.
Dire's top barracks.
Back in we go. Tims. Avalanche toss on Barry, but there's a Burrow Strike from DDZ. Still Gabby now. Gonna try for the pounce. Does miss. Will turn back around onto Mosen. Mosen needs to run back home, and he will. But at the Raxes, they're going after Armel and KP. KP does go down. Armel, he's a bit of a tankier target. They'll go back onto Gabby with the Burrow Strike. Yamate now pops the BKB. Another Burrow from TDZ. Armel does finally die. Now Mosen. Hook shots in. Back onto our Slav. But can they kill Gabby? They have so many stuns. They can finally get the Aegis. In fact, never mind. That wasn't an Aegis. That was his actual life.
Radiant structures
boy.
are fortified.
That's a big team fight out for new esports.
Yeah, great punishment out. TNC just diving a bit too deep, overstaying their welcome. I mean, their ages expired in that first fight. It was already gone. They knew it was gone. They tried to pull a sneaking one with the smoke. They get punished. New esports gonna feel nice about that. From a 15k lead to 11k for TNC. A little bit of a claw back there for new esports. They are starting to do work. DDZ is dancing around with his Morphling. He's actually doing spectacularly well despite being behind earlier on. It has caught up.
Avalanche toss out from Tims, but Candy is going to Burrow Strike in. Still March is around the corner with the mech. No Hand of God yet, however. Tims, Burrow Strike again. There's your Hand of God coming out. He's still alive. Mosen now going to be in a bit of danger, and looks like he is going to die as KP cancels off Yamate's TP. Just leaves him there as he turns back around onto Mosen. Can't quite finish the job, but they do get Yamate. And that's the big one.
Oh boy. It's a back and forth one. Like, after all of that, you still lose Yamate at the end. You're still pretty happy with the progress in the game. That gap is growing a bit shorter. It's now 10k the way of TNC, so your cores are finding farm. DDZ, with that downtime, did manage to finish the E-Blade. They're starting to put Yamate in the backseat, give DDZ the space, and it should pay off. The Morphling is starting to look a lot better. All they really need from Yamate is to finish up that Heaven's Halberd. Once you've got that Halberd up, you can start to get some control out. The Slark's not going to be able to hit you. KP's not going to be able to hit you. But having DDZ at this size as well, it's going to be fantastic. Except KP also has a Halberd now. So they've got some control for that right-click damage coming out from new esports anyway.
Here come the tier 3 items. See how all this pans out. New. Just happy to have a bit of downtime for themselves. That net worth gap that we saw earlier has been reduced by just about 5k. You are feeling very, very happy.
Wow, that's a really quick rush. Just 4 seconds from the actual cooldown, so it is back up. And TNC is in a good position to take it. No vision here from esports to spot the rush happening. They're going to have to be quick on their feet, and Mosen has to constantly spam that rocket flare out.
Well, they seem to want a team fight. There's your rocket flare. Nobody's there right now. Gabby. Let's get revealed. Rupture is going to be out on Candyloon. Go for the Sandstorm, but Dust is out. DDZ, Burrow striking in. Candy will 4-star to the high ground, and that's Barry. No, it wasn't. It was just a 4-star from Candy.
Step lively.
That'll be it. Just a Rupture expended. TNC, they seem a bit indecisive right now. They don't seem to be very confident trying for the Roshan play. They might feel like they need a pick-off or two.
They're a lot more cautious now that they're seeing the control new esports has. The double Burrow Strike is costing them a lot of issues from DDZ. So him in the Sand King form, it's just a bit too much control. There's no defensive items up on TNC. They don't have any BKBs to speak of, except on Armel. So you don't have one on Gabby, you don't have one on KP. That does make it easier to control those big cores, and they can't even reach chat rush. There's just too much information given out here by New Esports.
Big group up here. Smoke from New Esports through the mid lane. They do make it fairly obvious they were smoked, however. They're going to try and wrap around to the Radiant Triangle. Gabby's courier going to fly past. TNC aren't going back that way, but rather they'll go towards the Dire base.
Has been killed.
Do get Tim's courier.
Step lively now. Your
So
admiral is
TNC
on
going to
board.
try and force a defense out and maybe rush for the Roshan pit after that. Nice little courier snipe out from Gabby.
Top barracks are under attack.
The Rax is exposed, so New Esports gotta be a bit cautious. They will TP back in.
Yeah, that's a lot of TPs expended now. So if they wanted to go, this is their opportunity.
Step lively
Already
now.
they
Your
still
admiral
maintain
is
a
on
creep
board.
with vision in the Roche pit. The New Esports, again, just playing back and forth here. A lot of caution from TNC. New Esports as well, not forcing any sort of big movements out. They're going to have that halberd on Yamate up soon. So again, that's a key piece of control coming out for New Esports. Be able to see that in effect if a fight breaks out anytime. Again, just caution from every side, although Yamate a bit forward.
So many halberds coming out. Yamate has one now. It's a lot.
Rock it on.
Roshan
Step lively now. Your
still going to be scouted out by Mosin. TNC just can't catch a break with that Roshan yet. Didn't realize, but Armel has a Scythe of Vice up apparently.
Oh yeah, that control is going to be really helpful. It's going to keep DDZ pinned in place. And we were talking about TNC not having defensive items. DDZ went pretty deep in offense as well. There's a smoke now from New Esports. You know the rush is happening.
They've got such a lineup that deals with the Roshan pit so well. They've got to take this fight. They've got double burrow strike. They've got call down. They've got hook shot. But unless Yamate gets caught like this, he could be in danger. They'll burrow strike in. Scythe of Vice is out on the Morphling. Now the boat to fly out. TNC, they're going to try and focus down
God.
DDZ, and it looks like they've almost got him, but he is still alive. No Tims. He'll finish the job off. DDZ is down, and that is your main source of damage. And even Yamate now being left alone to die. And TNC, they're going to rush back for the Roshan.
That was a big mistake. New Esports, their smoke broke outside. Tims was preempting that movement. Managed to find a better angle to come in. They got punished. TNC is going to find that second roach for the Aegis and Cheese. They do have buybacks at least on DDZ, so if they need it for the high ground, they're going to be able to have it. But look at this. Even Tims now has an E-Blade up, and that just makes it harder to fight in here.
Okay, he just wants the buyback by himself. He's going to die for it. Gabby's going to rush in now. So KP giving up his own life for the buyback of DDZ. If they kill him one more time though, this game's basically over for New Esports. So DDZ has to be extremely cautious. Looks like he will just sit in his base and continue defending with the rest of his team. New Esports probably won't really want to force a fight until they do have that buyback back up.
Yeah, it's going to be a while for that one. TNC, for their part, are going to be waiting for Hand of God. They expended it right as KP died. They're going to want that up and running before the next fight. And of course, this gives them time to clear up and take some tier 4 items for themselves.
Oh, Timeless Relic is up on Tims. You gotta love that, John. Added spell damage, added debuff duration. Can't complain at all if you are Tims.
Step lively now.
New Esports just trying to take a little bit of the map back for themselves, as they do need to continue farming up. Bot tier 2 tower is going to be denied off. TNC. They'll let Armel start scouting out. In fact, Gabby trying to get Mosin. Mosin did hook shot away. Armel
Your admiral is on board.
couldn't get the X off in time. But that might be it for TNC. Do they want to try and force this? You've got KP back up.
Yeah, you've got Aegis and Cheese still. Hand of God is about half a minute off. I really reckon they're just going to wait for that additional heal. It's how they've been winning out these fights. They've got control of the jungle anyway. They can just keep farming up. They're going to have Ags on KP relatively soon too. About 1,100 gold off the Ags. So you'll have that up and running. You'll have additional Rupture charges. You've got an Abyssal flying in for Gabby. And then you're pretty much set. All of it lining up quite nicely here. And it should make it easier to siege your high ground with all of that control coming out.
I love the fact that March is even going for the Holy Locket now on the Chen.
Dire's top barracks are under
Wanting to really amplify that heal. As well as that though, don't forget you can use your wand charges on your teammates now with Holy Locket. So it's essentially almost 400 HP worth of a burst heal. Still Burrow Strike gonna come in for Candy. Blood rights everywhere. But yeah, slowly defending this new esports. TM's looking for a toss back. Does get Burrow striked up, but is X'd away. Now DDZ jumping in with his own stun, but Gabby will go straight after Barry in the back lines. They'll use him up. Barry's still in a lot of danger here and will go down. Now Gabby can turn back around and go for some more. They spot out Yamate. Armel gets the side device off into the X-Time bow, but the BKB is there in time, and Mosen does hook shot in, but Gabby's not done. Still after Yamate, nobody's helping this gyrocopter out. He is just falling slowly but surely, and Gabby does end up killing him. DDZ trying to control the rest of the team by himself, but he just can't do it. In fact, he is torn it up now. But with that sandstorm, he will be okay. Can't say the same about their racks, however. It may just finally go down. And with no buyback on Yamate, they might just go for another.
Yeah, nothing stopping them here. They've still got Ruptures up in KP. They don't have the Hand of God, but they're still fairly tanky on this end for TNC. They know they've got the numbers advantage.
KP, Rupture out on Candy. They won't waste their time. No, they will avalanche toss onto Barry without buyback. So that's your Rubik gone for 50, and now Gabby going on to DDZ. DDZ going to get some damage out. Gabby's still willing to go on to Candy. Bloodright is out on Mosen. Candy will be able to just get out of there.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
TNC back at it. Into the mid-racks, but they may force themselves to back off as Yamate is respawning, or maybe not. Tims again with the X into the avalanche toss. Will go after Candy. Doesn't quite finish him, but they do now have the mid-racks. Mosen getting Rod of A tossed up by KP. Gabby looking to go in after this clockwork and does get a very nice bash. Still the Burrow Strike going to help out. Gabby is very low, but still has the Aegis. Another Burrow Strike, but they've lost Mosen. Now back onto the Morphling. They got the toss off with the Vessel, but he will wait for him in time. Back to Candy Loon, trying to force stuff out of there, but it looks like he is gone, and now the pounce up from Gabby not going to be enough to hold down the Morph. But they got the mid-racks. And I believe that'll be enough. Aegis still in... No, it did expire. So Gabby not willing to risk anything now, but March, he's been lifted up. Burrow Strike in, double Burrow Strike in fact onto KP, but Tims will toss him out. Still the adaptive strike will follow. March also gone. New Esports, this could be their team fight. They're just going to be wary of Gabby in his own positioning, or maybe not. They'll get a Burrow Strike off, back onto Tims, and now they'll turn back around with the Hex out on the Morphling. He's falling very, very low, but the Burrow Strike out from Candy Loon, buying more time. Gabby will eat the cheese, trying to fight back. No, he's trying to retreat now, and he will just pounce away with the Aghanim Scepter, but Candy looking for another stun out. Will go after Armel while Gabby, he does reset, going back in after DDZ. Armel's still alive, but there are boats flying everywhere. It's a boat fleet in fact. Burrow Strike back onto Gabby. He does pop the Shadow Dance. Back onto Yamate now, but he's gonna pounce out of there. Or does he? He resets again. Gabby's not done. He did see Gary for a second, or Barry I meant to say for a second. Pounces around but won't find him.
Oh man,
Barry will be fine.
New Esports on the edge with that defense. They do manage to find some punishment for TNC, but TNC still finds the objectives they want. They find the complete top set of racks. They find the mid set of racks. There's some damage done to those tier 4s as well from the creep waves coming in. They force some buybacks out. 41-19, 21k net worth lead. It's still TNC's match to lose, but New Esports, they're not making it easy for TNC. They're putting up a fight. DDZ, he's been on point in Morphling. Just again, that Sand King form. The two Sand Kings running around with the stuns. It's a bit too much for TNC to handle at times. And TNC, with their build-up, they're emphasizing that they don't have BKBs. They have one on Armel, that's it. They don't have anything defensive on Gabby to have him just stand in front. And looking on KP as well. And that is what's holding them back in these fights. Every single time the stuns come out, they are just kind of stuck if they are caught out like that.
Take care of this fin rod.
They waited out. New Esports. 20k behind now. It is looking pretty rough.
Radiant are scanning.
Jackpot.
The Dota Plus. The Genius AI is stating 96% for TNC. It was higher, mind you. New Esports are still fighting back. Just you start to question how much further they can push this. They may have a lot of confidence in the fact that they might be able to outscale Gabby on the Slark, but it is easier said than done here.
Oh, for sure. It's difficult. Like, every single time Gabby finds a kill, he's gonna get a free piece of Agi. He's got 23 stacks of permanent Agi up. It's a ton of stats on that alone.
Let's catch out Tims. Tims does have the E-Blade, does blink away. Barry knows where he's gone, but they can't get the lift off in time. Oh, Barry, he had the spider legs as well. Bit unfortunate there for Barry.
Scary spot for Tims, but he is just trying this across the map. That movement up top opens up the bot lane. Gabby has shoved it in. They're just setting themselves up to keep pressure on the one remaining Rax lane. So it's going to be tricky for New Esports to be all over this map. They don't have travels in any of their teammates. They don't have ways of getting around the map quick enough. And TNC can just chip away like this, just playing the split push game.
Armel. Love to get a pick off here. Armel going for the Octarine core up next, by the way, John.
Ooh, love it.
Just really wants those lower cooldowns. Can't blame him.
Just adding in, right? Like, having a lower cooldown in Ghost Fleet is going to help. I think X is really where it's at. They're going to have that piece of control up a lot more often than expected. On their end, they're still waiting for that Scotty to be up from DDZ. He's holding out for the buyback, as you would want at this point. You're seeing Yamate build into the AC for himself in the gyrocopter, so just a little bit more durability flying out in the gyro. Really a lot less emphasis on the gyro as a damage dealer. He's just gone full utility with his build-up, and that's really the role he's going to be stuck in.
It's a sad position for Yamate. Haven't even seen much morphing into the gyro this game. Like, it's just constantly been the Sand King. You can appreciate the fact that you do want the added burrow strike rather than the added DPS from the flat cannon.
Oh.
Rob shot gonna be out into the toss back, and now the X back perhaps. No, it is on Tims. Yamate with the BKB gonna be all right. Or is he? KP gets another rupture out onto Yamate. The blood right, but he does TP.
Oh man, I love those plays. They're really just trying to force some movements out here from New Esports. TNC's just trying to force something out. It's not happening. New Esports are just way too disciplined right now. They've stuck together. They're not biting into the bait. This has stalled out long enough for the Roche to be up. So third Roshan of the game. There's an Ag's blessing on his pocket as well. And New Esports, it's time to keep scouting the Roche pit. Mozin's just got to spam that flare out.
But they do. I don't believe you can afford to let this one go. You need to go for the fight if you're New Esports. They have smoked up, but Tim's is going to be X'd in Avalanche and X back, and that's buying more time for Gabby, but he's going to get out of the pit and go to the team fight. Onto Yamate, Candy doesn't connect with the burrow. Nice pounce out from Gabby, does connect onto the gyrocopter, but Mosen going to push him back with the clocks. Now DDZ back in, but he's in a bit of danger as Gabby has the Abyssal Blade. Still trying to go after KB now. Hook shot back in from Mosen. Armel gets the X off to the side. The Vice is looking bad for our Morphling, but he does burrow strike. No, DDZ, he will die mid burrow strike. Now the Epi out from Candy, but it does nothing. And Yamate has been caught, they call it GG well played. TNC at 49.5 minutes in will take game number 1.
It was a hard-fought victory for TNC and U Esports, putting up a valiant fight with their draft. It was a slow start for them. They found a bounce back mid-game. Their lineup was starting to find some space. They found a bounce back mid-game. Their lineup was starting to find some space. They found a bounce back mid-game. Their lineup was starting to find some space. They found a bounce back mid-game. Their lineup was starting to find some space. They found a bounce back mid-game. Their lineup was starting to find some space. They found a bounce. isn't making this game too any easier by leaving that combination in. It just gives TNC so much more flexibility. You don't have just that to worry about. You could still go with Bloodseeker Zeus down the line in the pick phases,
5 seconds
leaving that on the table.
Radiant team
You could
pick.
tie that in with a Spectre as well if you wanted to. They go with Avenge, which is even better for Rupture. Rupture swap is right within that trigger range, and it's a massive amount of damage that goes through BKB. So TNC setting themselves up nicely. They can hit the egg somewhat with Avenge. They can tie it in with
10
maybe a
seconds
Drow.
remaining.
I'm not sure if TNC wants to go into that. That has been 0-3. Every match
5
we see
seconds
Drow Avenge
remaining.
hasn't been going well. But TNC leaves it open, and they've still got that potent synergy with a Bloodseeker.
I certainly wouldn't be surprised if they do opt to just Drow Venge here. Obviously, like, it's still a very potent combination. You did point out that it hasn't won yet.
No.
Throughout these group stages. Mind you, we are only on the second day, but we did see it 3 times yesterday, and all 3 times it did not pan out very, very well.
Predators turn.
Faceless Void.
New esports, they do get the Void as well, so I'm not sure if you do really want to Drow now. You've already got the Venge there, which is kind of nice to have up against the Void, because you can just swap out your allies. Do you want to Drow, though, into a Void? I probably would say you're better off not doing so.
Nah, definitely not. I mean, even with the saving grace the
5
Venge has,
seconds remaining.
it's still a risk. I think you might be looking at something like a Sven would be really good here if it's not banned out for TNC.
Radiant team
So
back.
you've got a way to stun people in that Blood Rite, stun a lot of people in that Blood Rite, and build yourself up. The Aura of Venge works pretty okay with a Sven, giving him more stats, so it's always nice. Potency in that. If you did want to pick your pause one here in the second phase,
Turn to ban.
I'd say Sven's a pretty good one if you don't ban it out. New esports for their part, they're banning out Tim's heroes. You know, they take out the Mirana first, just to ensure that the Tim's Mirana doesn't show up. We've seen TNC do tons of work with that, of course. You don't want to leave any chances here, but again,
Radiant team
leaving
back.
Tiny... Oh no, it's actually TNC who bans Tiny. Alright, so they're going to do something else here.
They are. Only question is what it's going to be. I guess only time will tell. I wouldn't really mind seeing something like a Tim's Rubik this game either. Like, you're up against the Phoenix, you're up against the Void. You've got some decent
10
spells to steal
seconds
here.
remaining.
Is it a bit of a weak laning support
5
duo
seconds
combination
remaining.
here with the Venge Rubik? Maybe, but still seems okay. We'll find out soon. Of course, there is also the Snapfire, right? Like, if you want to just burst the egg down, you could try to maybe run a pos 4 Venge and run a pos 5 Snapfire, or the other way around, just to have the burst with the little shredder, but that's even weaker as a support duo if you ask me. So maybe not the idea here for tnc Predator.
Probably not.
Radiant team
Leave it open
back.
though. I know it's a strange one because March could play the Venge, but I feel like when the Chen's not banned out like this, you might enjoy it. But we have seen Chen punished. That was from Neon. That was the pos 1 Chen being punished with lots of AoE team fight.
10
But I think you can still kind of make it work because if you pick that Chen here, you force the Void to
5
catch the
seconds
Chen
remaining.
and the Venge. You can't leave either of them out. If the Venge is caught in the Chrono, the Chen's just going to keep everyone alive anyway. If you don't catch the Venge, she's going to swap someone out. So it makes it harder for the Void to choose a target in the Chronosphere. There's some value there for TNC if they wanted to. It's just that, you mentioned it, as a duo, it can be a bit shaky. So I think TNC with the early Venge pick has to keep that in mind when trying to balance out whether that's March or Tim's going to play that hero.
Radiant team pick.
Drow range in our new esports, so not really wanting to deal with that potential combination. To risk it, go into their third pick. Now, John, you were asking March again
Oh yeah.
if he has watched the YouTube show you're asking to watch yet. He
10
did
seconds remaining.
promise he'd watch it if they won yesterday's series.
Oh yeah.
Did
5
he say
seconds
he would
remaining.
watch it if he won today's series?
Yeah, that's the implication. He's gonna watch
Okay.
if they win. So we'll find out. I just want March to eat more food. You know, he says he doesn't like Filipino food. I feel like
Predators turn.
you know, everyone's got different taste, but he only has tapa, which is like tapa is like, you know, cured beef, and it's very basic, very
How dare
benign. I think you
dare-
should be
how
open
dare
to
Mark
experience.
be so
I'm more surprised that the boys at TNC haven't forced him to eat stuff. They haven't forced him to eat balut
10
or something.
seconds remaining.
So I'm just surprised there. Maybe they're just a bit too nice. I'm not that nice. I'm gonna make him
5
watch.
seconds remaining.
Surprised KP hasn't got everyone eating meat
Oh, yeah,
pies and
exactly.
sausage rolls on the side of
Oh, yeah.
TNC. That's what I'm upset about. Get it sorted, KP. So, I secretly believe that's the reason why KP is stuck in Australia right now. Just he misses the Australian cuisine, which is fantastic. Nothing like a Bunnings sausage sizzle.
Oh.
You'd know that.
And yeah, I've been on and on about that for 3 years, wanting to go to Bunnings just to have the sausage sizzle. That's my one goal in a trip to Australia. That's all I want. I don't want nature. I don't want to see the reefs. I want that sizzle, Mike. That's it.
Yeah, $1. That's all
Can't
it
be
costs.
beat. Oh man,
beat.
still new esports. New esports, you know, they get the Jakiro, so
Yeah.
they've got a way to grill with that Faceless Void. They've got the Macro Pyre to toss in. They've got the Phoenix Egg combo, going all in and really building up with the Chrono. My one worry is you've got the Jakiro Phoenix support duo, assumedly, unless it's a core Phoenix. It leaves a few holes for TNC to exploit. A highly mobile hero, doesn't care for the control New Esports has. It's not the most reliable, except for the Chrono. So you're a bit vulnerable there, and TNC, they get the go-ahead to go with the Pango. More than likely KP's hero, but there is some flexibility there with the Tim's 4 Pango as well. Or
I
even the
think
Armel mid.
It must be Tim's 4 Pangoli here, right? Like,
10 seconds
we brought this up
remaining.
yesterday. Poglet has been going on about POS 4 Bloodseeker.
seconds
That he's
remaining.
wanted to see it. He thinks it's very, very... What's the word? He thinks it's viable,
Yeah.
right? This could be the time where it happens. KP could take the Pangolier off and run the POS 4 Blood with Tim. I still think it's more doubtful than seeing, say, the POS 4 or the POS 2 Pangolier here. Mel or Tim's, but you never know, John. A boy can dream.
they can definitely do. The beauty about the Pango here as well, of course, you're with a Bloodseeker. You don't have to worry about the rupture on the Pango. You've locked these supports in for new esports, so the only thing to stop the Pango is a Chrono. Not the ideal situation to expend Chrono just for that. And new esports, they do go with more. So again, building up. This is a bit worrying. New esports, they're going all in on egg combinations, on Chrono combos. So you've got Egg Arena, you've got Egg Chrono, you've got Chrono Macropyre and Chrono Egg Macropyre. Those are the combos they have to work with.
Remaining.
What new esports needs to do, and we talk about this many times when we see this
5
combination,
seconds remaining.
they need to play with at least 2 of their skills every time. You can't just drop Arena, drop the Egg in a different fight. Egg plus Arena, you have to drop Chrono plus Mac. Has to be together. TNC for their part. Doom comes out here, leaving it open as to what KP, Armel, and Tim's take, but they've got the solutions to the Void. They somewhat lack against the Egg. That is a worry. Like, none of these heroes hit the Eggs well, so that's something new esports can abuse. They are looking good and shaping up their lanes against this. Their
10
heroes
seconds
can
remaining.
kind of act against this, and new esports still has that big issue of
5
timers to play
seconds
with.
remaining.
I do wonder now how they are going to deal with that egg. You've really only got a position 1 pick to make now for TNC Predator, so it's assumedly Gabby who's going to have to
Radiant team
ensure that
back.
he can get a few hits in. But what do you want to run to deal with it? See the Terrorblade being banned out, and of course new esports will probably just focus in on one more position 1 pick up here. We've already got rid of the AM, which would have been a decent gap closer
seconds
onto that
remaining.
Phoenix Egg. It is gone.
5 seconds remaining.
Predators.
Ban out the
turn to
Morphling as well, just in case. TNC now, not that many options left, if I'm perfectly honest, but...
Radiant team pick.
Oh, yeah, okay, the Arc Warden. Alright,
Oh boy.
I will never pretend...
That's it.
I will never pretend to be excited when I see this hero pop up.
It works out, though. It works out. I think this is a game where you can excuse
10
it. It
seconds
gives them the
remaining.
way of dealing with the Egg. It gives them a really good
5
way to hit
seconds
outside of
remaining.
Chrono. So you swap the Arc Warden out. He's going to be able to hit the Faceless Void, do some damage. It's an excellent pick in that sense. It also stalls the game out because all of TNC's heroes, Bloodseeker, Pango, Doom, all of them are very... To start, the Arc Warden is there to ensure they've got insurance into the late game. It can scale pretty nice, can carry them through if they wanted to. New esports, they do go with a Storm, so they see the lack of control from TNC because they sort of lack instantaneous control as well. Round with Storm. They pick Storm into Blood though, so if you get the opportunity to rupture, could be a double-edged sword there. Gotta be careful with where you choose these fights. Lincoln's more than likely gonna have to be a core pickup for DDZ, but we'll see how it unfolds. Really interesting drafts from both sides, very different from game one. New esports, again, I worry about those combos, Mike. They've got to do them every time.
It is going to have to be a very coordinated effort for new esports, but assuming they can land everything the way they're imagining they'll land it, it should be pretty darn good for them, right? Like, it's just about landing everything perfectly, getting your coordination right. Although you are still up against a Bloodseeker, I do love the DDZ Storm into the Arc Warden of Gabby, right? Because you've got a way, if you spot out the real Arc Warden, you just zip in, take him out. Doesn't really care for your magnetic field and crap like that if you're the Storm Spirit. Even the Tempest Double, it's worth so much gold. If you could just zip in and clear that Tempest Double out every single time, you're just going to escalate in terms of the gold that you can get on this Storm. But speaking of gold, John, you've got Doom, who has Devour, and you have Arc Warden, who has Double Midas. So there will be a lot of gold coming in for TNC Predator, and I imagine they should be able to get a pretty hefty net worth lead by the time we hit that 20-minute mark or so.
Oh yeah, unless New Esports always plays on the dot, their team fight, these heroes will still constantly find that farm. So the aggression from New Esports early is going to be super important to keep that in check, and the pressure's on them to actually speed that game up. Right, like even if you've got the Storm, in this game, you're looking for maybe just one item before the Storm gets active. Perhaps a fast, either a fast Eul's or a fast Kaya. And then you really start zipping around. Whether or not you go for the Lincolns depends on how often DDZ gets caught out. But they will want to play fast. When Chrono's up, they go. When Arena Egg is up, they go. And that is the game plan here for New Esports. And TNC, they've got to be ready for that. They've got to understand that their AoE control compared to a Chrono just does not match up.
Not. Wait to see New Esports if they can make this draft work. I mean, it looks so good on paper. That's the thing, right? Like on paper, it looks amazing.
30 seconds to battle.
But executing all of it is a much different story. TNC. You're relying on Gabby to escalate and farm on this Arc Warden, and relying on Armel to be able to set a pace in this game that New Esports cannot keep up with, but New Esports will be trying to do the exact same thing. It's going to be a very even start, it seems like. Just 2 for 2 on the bounties. KB, he'll get a bit of damage out onto Yamate, and Yamate, he just wanted a high five, and he eventually gets it off KP. It does cost him, you know, about 100 HP, but that's all.
Worthwhile. It's worthwhile. A high five back is always nice. And dual lane is going to be pretty straightforward. You've got Mozen on that Jakiro, of course, with Yamate's Faces Void up against KP and Tim's on the Bloodseeker and Pango. So level 1 going to be pretty straightforward. I think where you do start to feel some pressure is the level 3 mark. Once you've got levels and the Thirst, you're going to have to be cautious about when Tim's comes in with a Swashbuckle. The timing between those spells, the land, going to be the key thing for a KP to keep that pressure up. Of course, when you're laning against a Jakiro, that's all easier said than done. You cop the dual breath, you cop a lot of damage as well here.
Yep. Of course, in that mid lane, Armel and DDZ going to be up against each other. DDZ going to be looking to apply as much pressure as possible. Of course, Armel did go for that early point in the, or rather not the point, but he did pick up an early ring of protection. He does have a very low base armor, and DDZ can abuse that quite nicely, as he is right now. Armel can't do much about it. All he can do is just come in and out, get some CS, get a Devour off. But overall, DDZ should have a large advantage this laning matchup. You can see that by the CS right now. He's 5 ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be a really smooth time here for DDZ. He doesn't even have a salve up. He just has an extra set of tangos on top of his shared tangos. See Armel already having to pop his salve to maintain the lane. It's going to take some investment from the supports to maybe stack up the jungle just a tad to have her Doom bounce back. But Armel, for his part in this lane, as long as he doesn't die, he's going to be happy. Just stay in the lane, find EXP, and you should be fine. Just worry about DDZ getting it too big. That's down to the supports coming out, and speaking of, Barry's forced to TP home already.
Goes back to the tier 1 tower. He had a salve, so he's going to be alright. Do love to see that early aggression though with these Arc Wardens. I mean, that Spark Wraith and Flux does so much damage at these earlier levels that if you can find the opportunity to try and make jump in, it's well worth it for Gabby. We continuously looking for those opportunities as time goes on in this lane. The same side of the coin, you do have to be a little bit cautious about not taking a spear from Candy Loon, as you are quite squishy as the Arc Warden. It is pretty easy to take him out if they do land the stuns. But Barry, let's go pretty far, gets the Icarus dive off in time before the stun does land. Spear was there from Candy Loon onto Gabby, but it did not land onto a tree. Both sides will be just fine.
Yeah, it's just a steady lane up top. Expect too many kill opportunities. I mean, there is potency, as you mentioned, with Arc Ward and Venge, but the damage out isn't amazing. Candy Loon's pretty tanky, and Barry's been unpunished from the dives. You don't have a way of cleanly canceling that Icarus dive, not like if you had, say, a Nyx or a Clockwork. Fairly easy to just zip in and out. The big thing here is that Gabby's farm has been kept in check relatively well, although
and it does end up getting the first blood there onto Mosin. It's one thing you gotta be careful of, John. With Tim's, he's got the Orb of Venom and the Lucky Shot, both of which apply some pretty hefty slows, and it allows such an easy blood right setup for KP.
Oh yeah, and that's what we were looking for. That's the power dual lane. They can just keep that control up. Mosin on the Jack. He has 290 move speed. Once he gets slowed down there, it's not an easy time to get out of that, right?
I mean, it's literally 35% with the Lucky Shot. The slow that is, and then the Orb of Venom on top is just... It's way too much. Tim's gonna rotate through the mid lane. DDZ. No one got the rune there because it is up at the top lane where Barry was trying to protect, but now he'll go after Mel. Mel won't have a chance to try and take that haste rune away, so DDZ should get a full bottle here. And does.
Haste!
In fact, he's going to go after Mel. He'll try for the rush. Does he want to dive? He is going to try for this. He's still around. Does get the disarm off in time. Mel survive for DDZ. He's not done with that haste rune. Going up Tim's now. A dive in from Barry. They'll get the Pango, but Barry does die at the tier 1. Still DDZ is able to get both. In fact, unfortunately for DDZ, the creeps ended up getting Mel, but it doesn't matter. He gets a lot of XP, takes the small camp double stack, and now is at the level 6 mark prior to 5 minutes in.
This is not good news for Armel. We started Doom with struggle. Needed the camp to bounce back. Using a stack like that hurts a ton. And New Esports, they're off to a pretty darn good start. They even out the kill board with those 2 set of kills on the most important hero. As DDZ maintains this pace, can start applying that pressure to really get his snowball going. A good smooth start for your is all you could really ask for from the mid lane.
This is the one thing you don't want though if you're TNC, right? Like you do not want to give DDZ this start because it's going to have the flow-on effect of affecting Gabby. You are reliant on the Storm to be able to harass and catch out this Arc Warden once you hit the mid game. And if DDZ is having too good of a game, he's going to do it every single time he sees Gabby. And it's really going to hurt the economy of TNC.
Yeah, it certainly will. The issue there is rotating Tim's doesn't do too much, and rotating March and Avenge also isn't going to stop the Storm at this point. So they don't have many windows to slow that snowball. Right now, TNC, all they can do is mitigate the loss. They know the matchup's not favorable. They've got to stand back, just farm steady. Once you have Doom up on Armel, you can make some sticky plays, and he's looking to soak that level 6 up, just with the invis.
It's all he can do, but he's going to be 2 levels behind now. He's going to try for the Doom attempt as soon as he hits that 6 mark, but none of the creeps are dying. He'll devour, goes for the Doom. The zip was not there in time, but immediate rotations out from Mosin. It is a long TP, however, and they will be able to clean up this Storm. Mosin can't go to deny either, as the attack animation on Jakiro is just so bad. March, meanwhile, top lane, also going to die here on the Venge. Barry does get hit by the Spark Wraith. and is going to die. That is unfortunate, but a great little play out from Gabby. A great play out from tnc altogether.
They got the kills they really needed. The mid one was way more important. Again, they put a lid on the storm just a bit. That helps Armel bounce back in. Keeps a check on DDZ. He's still doing well on gold, but he's not quite on top yet. Just tied up. A four-way tie with all of these cores. Really even distribution on the board. Really even game so far. 3-4, less than a K for TNC. It's going to take a while for any sort of pull away from Gabby. He is almost at his Midas though. So Arc Warden, despite the slower rate of CS, he's found a lot of space for himself to get a steady build-up into that gold acceleration tool.
Gonna try and make a dive here on some March, so DDZ making the rotation up, and Gabby, seeing all this, of course, will just TP straight away. Won't bother sticking around. He'll go straight to that mid lane now and just take over instead. It's very important for him to get this Midas up ASAP, and it is going to be very, very well timed, mind you. But he just can't afford to play these kind of war games right now with the storm. Just fine.
Yeah, it's a massive risk, and you can see Amate, he switched lanes as well. He's staying up top, he's getting the push on by himself. He's got the chrono, but his teammates aren't ready to clump up. They don't have Egg, they don't have Arena, they don't have Macropire. Looks like New Esports, they're going to sit in that chrono until some more level 6s are up. You don't see TNC applying as much pressure. Bot tier 1 for New Esports still really healthy, so no trades coming out here.
Not. Tim's showing himself, just trying to be a little bit annoying here against DDZ on the storm, just getting the disarms off whenever he can. TNC, they're going to group up down bot. It looks like they'll go after Mosin on the Jack. He'll go for a TP play and will make it, and now the rest of his team are going to join in. They do get a one-man arena. That'll be March gone. Zip in from DDZ, back onto KP, but Armel does have the Doom available and does commit it. KP is going to be alright for now, so he does make a run for it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He is up and available very soon for Candy, but he does not have any trees to latch onto. Be it. The 1 kill onto March. Everyone else from New Esports gets out scot-free.
It's a fairly good win for New Esports though. They managed to expend a Doom, so Armel's not going to have that for the next 2 minutes. They keep their tier 1 protected as well, and they get to hold on to the map, so they've got more control here. You can see Gabby has his Midas up. They have not kept that Arc Ward in check. That's one issue for New Esports. Gabby is still building up really fast, and he's getting all the space he wants from TNC.
March, gonna run into Barry, gets the stun off. Barry does have the Icarus dive. He's just waiting it out and getting some Fire Spirits in. Back onto Armel, who's going to get Vortex. Now the Sunray out. Armel's in big trouble. Yamate coming in with the Chrono. Won't commit quite yet because they won't need it perhaps, as Armel is very low. One more hit would do it, but they can reach in the end. The Spear is going to be there from Candy. Yamate does make the right decision by holding on to the Chrono, and we'll have it for the next engagement.
Really starting to rack in the kills here for New Esports. Aggression starting to pay off, finding some pretty key pickups. Killing Doom is nice, but again, he can kind of play catch up with the Devourer. So I don't think TNC is going to be too upset. The key thing is they've kept Gabby really uncontested. No one is paying attention. No one even bothers this Arc Warden out, and that's one thing you want to see from New Esports. They have to maintain control in the jungle. They have to drop some wards here. He is building up. He's going to get into the Maelstrom. He's going to go into the Travels, and then the split push starts to come in, and New Esports will have to be ready to run around the map catching that Remnant out.
You know, I wonder if Barry's name is actually Barry. It's a very Australian name to have, Barry. Saw that, I was like, wow, that's a pretty Aussie name to have. It's,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
it's a rotation now. Have that conversation in a second, John. There's a bit of a smoke going on here down at the bot lane. Candy Loon has the arena. He's going to run into KP, gets the spear on. March doesn't have swap yet. He's just off level 6, so KP's on his own. He'll get a Rupture out with a Blood Right, but it's not going to help. Now March getting dived on by Barry, but looks like he will be fine to walk himself out. Meanwhile, top lane, Mosin Also caught out here. Looks like he will drop to Armel. Still a very positive trade, however, for New Esports as they do kill off the off lane for a position 5.
Yeah, they're just finding the better end of the stick here in every single engagement. Your hero is out, so KP's timing is going to be delayed. He's rushing a pipe.
March.
Radiant's middle tower
March is in a bit of danger here, but Gabby will be there to save him. Still, he does die out to the Fire Spirits, but Barry will trade his own life away for that. Gabby will be the one to take it. Candy gonna go back in. Yamate has the chrono, does commit, catching out the Arc Warden. Now DDZ going back in, focusing down Gabby, and they do get the kill. Does commit the Doom back onto the Faceless Void. Gabby, or rather KP, gonna block him off in the Blood Ride.
Dire's middle
Do kill him off. Now Tim scanning out for more. But they'll turn back around onto this Pangolier. KP can't really help out here. Does eventually get the Blood Ride off for DDZ. He'll just keep going onto this Bloodseeker with the Sun Ray out. Ice Path, however, won't land. They are out of mana on their Storm. That'll be it. Both teams taking a couple kills, but will eventually back off.
Yeah, overall, TNC losing Gabby is a pretty big deal. They're still going.
Yeah, Mosen just out of position here. He was trying to get some D wards out, it seems like, and it cost him his life.
Yeah, and if you're TNC, you know, losing Gabby hurts, but you have a 2k advantage. Gabby's still on top. Those kills coming out did help Armel bounce back to the 2nd spot of network, and Gabby just goes back to farming. So overall, you're fine with that. Egg was dropped, Arena was dropped. They do have, Chrono was dropped. They do have Egg and Arena up. So New Esports are smoking up to find another opportunity.
Radiant are scanning.
The beauty of this draft from New Esports is they don't need the Chrono to be up every time because they can still go with the Arena. In fact, Gabby is going to get spotted now by DDZ, and they don't even need the Egg Arena. They just needed a nice little spear out, and now perhaps they could have used the Arena as March is there with teams. The roll, Armel looking to take that Mars down, but couldn't quite finish the job off. Now March is set to drop in the Ice Path. It's also going to connect on KP. New Esports. Just great little engagements out from this Radiant side, and TNC Predator, they're just taking all these fights, but it's not working out for them.
No, it's really not. The bad thing about that fight as well is that you fought right at their triangle. The stacks on Ancients are going to be taken out by Yamate. That's a lot of gold they've given out in the kills in the farm. And TNC, they're going to be playing from the back foot now. Get in their end, but the kill advantage is now on New Esports side. You can see them really starting to go pretty aggressive plays here. They're going to have Chrono up in 20 seconds. They still have the Egg. They've still got an Orchid that is going to be flying out for DDZ. So their timings are looking tight. They're hitting their power spikes, and TNC, they have to know that when you run this Arc Warden draft, it takes a while for it to really hit max speed. It's just going to be a little bit longer until Gabby can hit like a truck and can start helping his team out.
You know, the thing with that net worth lead to TNC as well, John, is it doesn't really matter because you've got Doom Arc Warden, right? So you need to be more ahead than 2k if you're TNC. We're counting the double Midas plus Devour. You're always going to have a slight net worth advantage. It's just about extending that to be a much bigger advantage. Of course, New Esports, probably already knowing this, understand how close they are in this game so far. The TNC, they'll just try and take down that bottom tier 1 tower, eventually just leaving it for the siege creep to take it out, and they'll go for a smoke with Armel and March into that mid lane. They have the Blink Doom up. Candyloon gonna get spotted and does break the smoke of March, but throws a quick spear out, and that's not really the target they want to start on. Speaking of Blinks, Candyloon has one on the way.
That's going to be a big one. Allows them to set through the arena really well. One thing for TNC is that they've got 60 March. They can play that swap.
He's got the Orchid on DZ, has spotted out Gabby and gets his courier as well, rather KP's courier. Rolling Thunder is out from Tim's onto the Phoenix. They get one. They find another. Great Chrono, great Arena out from the side of New Esports. They're trying to focus down KP on that Bloodseeker. Here comes DDZ once again, zipping in and just cleaning up. There's your Egg being thrown out. Armel, can he get himself out? I don't really think so. Oh, he can just barely, but the Icarus time And the sun ray, not going to be enough. He still manages to blink out.
Dire's
That was just a
middle tower
really
is under
nice
attack.
ward. That I'm not sure if the viewers caught, John, but it was just right there on my ping. Just spotting out Gabby, and March does eventually get the D ward out now. They're going to try and make a play onto Yamate. Time walks away. Spark rates to fly out. Mel even jumping in, and Yamate still alive with another time walk. Sunray is there, but March will swap him back in. Yamate cannot get out of this one. Does end up going down.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy for Yamate. Just staying there to farm the Asian camps. Not where he wants to be. Really good kill for TNC to pick up. You're still starting to hurt here. Every single time you lose Gabby like that, it is starting to hurt. So the Orchid of DDZ paying off dividends. He's going into the Kai next, more than likely into the Bloodstone. And if he keeps finding those kills, gonna start racking up those charges and have a lot more presence. So TNC got to be a lot more cautious. Need to be disciplined enough to maintain ward coverage and maintain D wards as well. There are still some deep wards here from U Esports. A really nice one watching that corridor on the top jungle. But they're not safe. It's never going to be safe when you're playing against a storm on a roll like this.
Well, luckily for TNC, they do at least take the Arcane Rune away from that top lane. But speaking of that top lane, Mel's been jumped. DDZ zipping in all the way from that tier 1 top tower. With that Orchid, it's just so easy to get these kills on.
Yeah, candy on KP though.
KB trapped in the macro, and the arena still going to survive. Yeah, it looks like he will be safe. There's a mech hill that came in and put him back up in HP from Tim's.
Yeah, that does open up the road for New Esports right into the pit. It's a nice scan from TNC to spot that, but they need to start moving if they want to contest it. They're in position.
Down fast. They're trying, but Candylune is blocking the pathing. Still very low. March, can he get some vision here? Floodrite is going to give it, but the Ice Path's not going to allow him to get a swap off in time. Still, they could deny the Aegis straight away, but a great air gown protecting the storm, and he is able to zip out. He'll be just fine. They can't get the Aegis off him. Candy does get March. Barry going down on the Phoenix. They will leave Mosen hero to also die. That is both your supports going down, but it's still considered a pretty big win here for New Esports.
Definitely is. They've got the second life on DDZ. Still finding a little bit more in terms of overall objectives for these wins. I have to say, I keep forgetting that Rupture doesn't work on Ball Lightning. You're in an invulnerable state. So you Rupture the Storm, it doesn't do anything. He just zips around. As long as he doesn't actually step, then he's fine. So DDZ is just really zipping around. There's nothing to stop him with his lineup unless the Doom comes out. And TNC, they've been a bit more cautious with how far forward Armel is. They've still got a 3k lead. They're still buying time for Gabby, but you can really start to feel New Esports gonna try to keep that aggression up. They need to keep playing this way though. The moment they slip up, look at Gabby's net worth. He's 1k above DDZ now. It's gonna build up. It's just the Arc Borden game. He's gonna get the EXP, he's gonna get the items. If you leave him alone for too long, Gabby's gonna come out with a lot more, and it's gonna be a pain in the ass to really kind of clean up.
Watch your mouth, Jonathan. How dare you? DDZ going up to KB now, and it's going to be another easy pick off.
Monster kill.
Does have the Hood of Defiance, but it is not helping as much as he would like. In fact, that was the full pipe. It's not enough. DDZ is just way too strong at the moment. And speaking of, is DDZ just rushing a Bloodstone here? He's just got 2.6k in the bank account currently.
Huzzah!
It
Hasn't
looks
queued
like
anything up.
I wouldn't blame him for it. I'd say the safer play is maybe a BKB, just to ensure that he won't get silenced, or a Linken's to prevent the Doom. Got a lot of ways to break that, and DDZ has been pretty on point anyway, so more offense is always nice. They jump in.
Lane does get the Shadow Amulet off, but there is going to be a Sentry Ward there from Mosen. Now DDZ godlike at 10-1. 5 assists on the Storm Spirit. He's even got the nether shawl to amplify some magic damage for himself, which is always a nice little added bonus. And they have found another Armel. Getting speared in the arena with a macro and Chrono dropping it, leave him there for a second. Now going back in, but the disarms and mech is out. Armel, he'll survive and he'll get the Doom out to boot. Now with the stun, does he get out of here? He does. Yamate the one to fall, but here comes DDZ, missing the zip, still going after Armel in the tier 3 tower. Gabby trying to save, but the magnetic tool is not enough. For DDZ now, he is out of mana. Looks like he will lose the Aegis. Should be able to zip out in time unless this blood right is timed perfectly, and it is. And they will be able to get him. Nice tip to KP as he does time it just on point. TNC,
Dire's top tower is
they're going to be
under
thanking
attack.
the lucky stars with
Radiant's
those kills,
bottom
John. That is
tower
worth
is
a
under
lot of
attack.
gold for him.
Yeah, that's a really deep dive from BDC. Unfortunate they didn't have the damage for the Doom,
Dire's top
but this is where it starts to turn around a bit for They've got a solid 5k lead now. They managed to get the split push going, taking a tier 2 out bot. The effect of the Arc Warden is going to kick in. And new esports, they might have rested a bit too much. They need to play aggressive. They don't have Chrono, they do have Arena Egg. This is the time when you really start to check those timers. Got to play around with them. They can't allow TNC to keep clawing back space in the map like this because they're still scaling. Gabby still has a lot of room to grow. Armel is still constantly building up. He's going to go for the Ags on the Doom, just giving himself more options with the Infernal Blade. And that's just going to be so much more control that you do not want to deal with.
Absolutely not. I try to play onto Tim's here. Candy gets the arena, gets the spear. Could have the damage output with Yamate, or maybe not. Looks like they do require DDZ to be around to just zip in and finish it up. Yeah, the Guardian Greaves proving to be a bit too much here on Tim's. Mosen is a bit out of position. They rush it with a haste rune now. That should be Mosen just dead, but they do miss the spear. Clumsy net should be enough, and it will be. DDZ. The okay. Does have to be wary of the fact that Doom is going to be up in 5 seconds, and they have smoked up. But they do smoke underneath vision. So new esports just wanting to back off and take the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, has Chrono, doesn't go for it. Armel jumping in, doesn't get the Doom off on the Storm. Realize they were
Radiant's
under
middle
vision
tower is under
when they did
attack.
smoke up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Still opens up that push for the mid-tier 1. They're going to find it just fine. You know, one thing with this combo we haven't talked about much. The Blood Rage on the
Radiant's
Tempest
middle
double.
tower is full.
It's such a low risk investment to have a lot of attack speed on that double. A really low investment push. No risk. Just drop that Blood Rage on the double, have him hit the towers, you're good as gold.
Gotta love these
Radiant's top
little
tower is
combinations in
under
Dota. There's always some sneaky
yeah.
stuff you can run. Everything's really viable in terms of meta. Run anything you want out there. New esports towards that bot lane. Armel got to be careful to show himself here. He can always zip through the map. Does have that Bloodstone up, by the way.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
Tim's going to be around to join him. They have not realized TNC are there. Oh, no, TNC does get spotted out by DZD, but Armel does jump in with the stun and the Doom out on the Storm, but they have lost Tim's. Still going after the Storm Spirit. The Sun Ray going to heal him up a little bit. Gabby moving in with March. Storm falling very low, but now the Egg going to be committed, but everything's going to get bursted down. Chrono is expended, but it is not great. They do at least get Armel as a trade, but Yamate now needs to get out of there. Gabby is dealing way too much damage, and he does go down a triple, maybe even an ultra. No. March still the ultra kill away from Gabby. But another great team fight out off the back of that Doom from Armel.
That was just a lot of commitment, just a little bit too late. And that's the effect of the Storm not going for that Linken's. Went for the Bloodstone first and immediately
Radiant's
punished.
top
10
tower
charges
is under
left.
attack.
without the Lincolns, the Doom just flies right in. There's no hesitation from Armel. He will get it off. He might have killed the Doom early with a Pango, but he did his job. He dropped the Doom. That's all they need to take that storm out. And you mentioned it before, but they lack damage without DDZ. There's not enough in the Void to eat through the armor and sustain on TNC's side. So DDZ, the moment
under attack.
you are going to be hard pressed to kill the heroes in TNC's side.
Not gonna be easy. They were so reliant on this storm, but he's fallen so far behind this Arc Warden. 9k net worth lead out for tnc.predator. Start to wonder how they are gonna pull it back. Gabby is just out of control now. Lewis has the Scythe device up. The double hex coming for Gabby. Armel. I believe they did spot Mosin for a second, but think better of it.
That hex
is up. Gabby, just the Tempest double, but even that's not going to die as he does have the BKB up. Yamate gonna go and try to clean it up and does.
See no evil.
Like, if that double had the Scythe of Vice, which is now up, I think DDZ might have been dead. Like, there's a chance he could have just died from the raw damage. They even spot one up top.
Thunder, but you got Sunray.
Oh, of course.
See you, Barry. I don't think you should be allowed to use voice lines after that. It's like, it's not fair. You can literally become invulnerable off the map, so they can't even see you as you're TPing. It's a bit of a broken spell to have.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. It's a strange one, you know. It's very clutch at the same time, very annoying still. No, TNC, this is when that split push comes into play. Gabby's just tossing his doubles down bot every single time. Armald's playing with Yankee to get the Doom off.
Does get the Doom off. Candy Loon is there to try and help, but Armel pops the BKB. Now DDZ gonna zip in, but Tim's is out with Gabby with the Tempest double. They drop the arena. Armel is still focusing down this Void, and he's trapped in the tree line now, just behind a creep wave. Even DDZ going down to Gabby on the Arc Warden, and now even Mosin. Gonna be chased on the Jakiro, and he has nowhere to go but down. It's gone. TNC, they are out of control, John. They might just go high ground.
This is all off the back of one item investment from DDZ. It's the Bloodstone over Enting defensive. He's being punished super hard for that now. 7 charges. That Bloodstone's not doing anything. At high ground, you're going to be hard pressed to stop this one. You need to buy back on the Void with the Chrono to land perfectly here.
Even then, do they have the damage? Chrono's well and truly, you know, great and all, but damage in the Chrono. I'm starting to doubt they do.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it now.
TNC, they're going to get the bot racks for free. And they might even just move mid. There's really nothing to stop them at the moment. Nice little tier 2 tower. Armel already getting started.
It's going to be difficult. You need the Egg Chrono to really work out. We haven't seen that combo come out. Barry's been holding off, but this is the time when they need to execute their combinations perfectly. Egg, Macroplier, Chrono together. You might have enough in the tank for that, but then you also need to catch March. You need to catch these key heroes, because if you don't, they get swapped out and you don't find what you want. Now you have to contend with an Aeon Disc on Tims, with the Ags on Armel. More damage, more control from the Infernal Blade. Just a much more difficult game now for new esports because they opted to play the slower game.
Huzzah!
They do group up again. Yeah, do we have a smoke? We do have one on Mosin, but they aren't going to decide to pop it yet. Looks like both teams are just getting ready for the Roshan play here from TNC. Of course, you have a lot of Roshan potential and a lot of counterfight from new esports with their draft in that Roshan pit, unless you get picked off, which Gabby does send the Tempest double in and just kills off Mosin. They want to take over the triangle and rush the Roshan pit, I believe.
Radiant
are going to scan the Roshan pit, but it's just Armel walking through, and that baits them back in now, so KB can rush for a rupture onto this void. Yamate forced the BKB, but gets doomed up. He can't chrono, but they've doomed each other thanks to that Lotus Orb. Still, they'll go back after Armel. Now Tim's falling low, but doesn't die quite yet. Gabby is just ripping everyone apart. He goes for another now onto Candy Loon, and Candy, well, he'll be alright for now, but Barry will not be. Anyone that walks in Gabby's way is just gone. And a messy engagement. Armel did doom a Lotus Orbed Void, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, it's not going to stop them. They don't have buyback in the void. You need a chrono to stop the push. They can try clearing out the creeps, but it's a siege creep. That's not going to die to this.
It's not, and now the Hex comes out once again onto our Jakiro. Mosen is pretty low. DDZ trying to go after March, but can't even kill him off. They've got way too much sustain with the pipe, with the Greaves, even with that Glimmer Cape, and now with Alatmi's offering on March. That's the second Rax going down.
Oh, it's a very difficult game now for New Esports. One outer tier 2 left. TNC. This time they could probably just stare down that rush, go for it if they wanted to. They do stand a bit of a risk. Yamte's back up. He does have chrono. Playing that pit really easily if they get there fast enough. The issue is New Esports can't even get control in their triangle back. So to go into the rush for them is very difficult.
Man, look at Gabby's net worth. He's 28k. Literally 13,000 gold ahead of the Storm right now. It's just... I hate this hero so much, John. It just makes no sense. How is this allowed?
Oh, man.
Mind you, Gabby's obviously a very, very good Arc-Warden player. I would not be able to do this myself. Just in case that wasn't obvious, John.
Yeah, I think the big part is New Esports just didn't punish. You know, we talked about it. Gabby died 3 times, and those were all important times. He needed to die 6 times, though. Not 3. He needed to die way more times to keep him in check. They needed to keep warding that jungle. They didn't. And that complacency has led to this situation. Tier 2 being sieged. They've got the Aegis up into the high ground. How do you go in with a chrono? You need a chrono Mac egg to work. Can you find that opening here if you're New Esports?
We're going to find out soon. Oh, Barry's been hexed. He can't die like this. Barry needs to egg. Maybe no. He'll hold out with the Lotus Orb, but he's going to go down to Gabby anyway. Now the arena will be dropped. They're going to try with the chrono out, focusing down March. There's one down. Now back on to KP, but KP will survive for now as Gabby keeping him safe. Mel will jump back in with a stun, and it looks like Mosen about to fall with Candy Loon, and they both go down. The Candy, he'll bite back. DDZ still just zipping through the whole team of TNC, and they don't care. They will just keep going after that tier 3 tower. Gabby still holds on to that Aegis. And Arnold trying to get a cheeky stun out. Won't quite catch him. But Mega Creeps are coming very, very soon. There is no way to stop it.
Oh, I mean, he's trying. In those first 2 zips in, he missed 1 melee creep that was giving them a way through that backdoor. Now it's Mega Creeps out. They don't have chrono. Gonna be very hard pressed to fight if they do hold out for the defense here.
More towers under siege. Gabby not paying attention to anything else as we do have a Doom out on our Void now. That is going to be another dead Void. Now Arena being dropped onto KP, but there's no follow-up. DDZ is going to try, but they call the GG. New Esports understanding how far behind they are now. Really have no chance left in all this, and they do just call it. That'll be TNC getting a 2-0 victory for their series today.
standing. Finished. Let's go!
Pitiful. Enemy spotted. Silence. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Keep up. Get out of my way!
Scouts down.
Clone killed. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Come on, let's go. I will take back what is mine.
Stay safe.
There they are.
Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted.
Yikes.
Target down.
One enemy remaining. What's this? 30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Looks like I was the strongest. Spike planted.
Yo, Sova, that house pretty dope. Will look a lot better with some flame decals on it, right? Ready.
Embarrassing.
Found them.
Enemy spotted. Scouts down. Enemy spotted.
Duck. One enemy remaining.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
The hunt begins.
Five seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We are here for our second series of the day. It's going to be between Fnatic and 496 Gaming.
Dire team
It's MLP
back.
Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. How are you feeling?
Now, I'm feeling great, Mike. The first series was an exciting one. We've got an even bigger one up here. Fnatic facing up against 496. Now, Fnatic, they've been off on a pretty bad start. They lost a couple of players step by step throughout the past few tournaments. They're looking to be mainly Filipino stack now, to think about it. I saw a friend tag AU actually on Facebook and said they just lack 2 players and it's all Filipino. So there's been a shakeup in Fnatic. They haven't been dealing with it all too well. Their first series yesterday against New Esports went 2-0.
Dire team back.
They're not any easier for an opponent. They showed up against Neon. They managed to draw that one 1-1, and both of those teams are very promising. We'll see if they can pull the surprise here again. Fnatic, interestingly enough, also opting to ban the techies out, so apparently that's something 496 might want to pull out down the groups.
Absolutely. Of course, with Fnatic, I mean, you were pointing out that they have been struggling a little bit, and I guess it's just a matter of getting used to each other, learning how to coordinate and communicate. So when you do switch out players, it generally does mix up the chemistry of the team quite a lot, and it just takes a bit of time, right? Over this tournament, they may have a bad start, but as time goes on, they're probably going to start understanding that chemistry again and, you know, getting back to that top form that Fnatic were in just a couple weeks ago even. Still, they will get started with a tiny pickup for Fnatic. 496, they do go for the Venomancer. And by the way, John,
Dire team
I did completely ignore the fact that you talked about the techies. Do 496 pick this hero? Am I missing something?
They probably do. They probably do pick it up. That's the only reason Fnatic would ban it out. Don't want to deal with it. Of course, that reminds you, when we were casting DPL CDA, right? When they'd always have to ban the techies out if they let it slide through. Oh, yeah. You just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, you can't let it through, man. If you know someone plays it, you gotta ban it. So it's one thing 496 has up their sleeve. Just a bit of an advantage. I want to point out something as well. It looks like we've got Zephyr in here subbing in. I'm not sure who's out because, well, we've got, I guess, someone with triple dots. I'm not sure who that is, but Zephyr's in here, so he's subbing in for someone. We'll see if that affects things further. He might just be in for AU, isn't it? That looks like it might be it.
It's either AU or Ice. I'm not sure who that is. I guess we'll find out soon who it is going to be that's in here.
Dire team back.
Well, we'll let it get out towards the to the game, and then we'll find out later on.
Yeah.
Still, Troll Warlord going to be banned out now from Fnatic. It looks like they are starting to focus down on those Mission 1 pickups that we are used to seeing being focused on in this second ban phase.
Yeah, and we had the openings as well. Fnatic with a tiny NP. So they've got flexibility with where to lane these. We've seen core tiny a bunch. Not recently. It's been relegated back to support. But you have those options. The NP as well can be mid, can be off lane, occasionally safe and occasionally support. So really open for Fnatic. 496. Venomancer Mars, straightforward picks, very popular picks. Great in team fights, great AoE control. See how they build around it. They're just going for wombo combo so far. They've got a bit of fast pace. They've got decent push to counteract the push Fnatic has on hand as well. And we'll just have to wait and see. Really open draft so far. I'd say Fnatic has a little bit more in terms of flexing it, but you don't want to be stuck in a situation where everything you have is flex. So Fnatic's got to hammer in that draft down the line.
I know I said this yesterday, but they really can't be underestimated because they have this very intriguing play style of just really breaking the way Dota's usually played.
Oh yeah,
right in the tier 1 scene. Usually, you wait till the 10-minute mark, you go to the dead lane, you start pushing down the tier 1 tower. They don't do that. They group up as 5 in the mid lane at minute 1 and start running at you. It's very unique Dota. It's very sloppy and messy, but it can win you games, and that's what we saw yesterday up against Neon Esports, where they did take a game off them. A lot of people, I have been reading a bit of chat in the break times, John, a lot of people have been saying that these 496 guys might just be the favorites in this matchup, especially considering the performance that Fnatic had yesterday.
Yeah.
Which I can't necessarily disagree with that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah, look, Fnatic, day one, first match, first series, they look shaky, man. Like, they lost Jabs, they gave up Savage beforehand as well. Roster shakeup has not helped them. And Ice was off hiatus. In fact, I do believe Zephyr's actually subbing in for Ice. So they don't even have him right now, and he tends to be like the ace up their sleeve with the heroes he plays, like his Brewmaster coming out, his Timber coming out. You don't see any of those respect bans from 4 and 6. I do believe that Zephyr is going to be playing offlane for us. So another shakeup. How it will affect Fnatic today, I'm not 100% sure. Zephyr is a solid player. You know, we see him do work in Geek Fam when they were around. He was just shining there, but Fnatic's a different beast. It's a different set of players. It's a different play style. They've got to gel together. Well, 496, I mean, this roster has basically been unchanged. Yesterday, we didn't even see 458 in, right? Their usual POS 1 wasn't around. I'm not sure if he's here today because, well, the labels aren't working too well. Still, 496, they go with a clock. So you've got the clock Veno again, Mike. It's that really nasty dual lane we've seen a ton of. You get the cogs, you get the battery assault, Gale comes out, Ward starts to get dropped. Easy enough to drop people down. Fits in with the momentum 496 wants to play, and they've got a very easy way to spot out the Nature's Prophet now. It's that classic NP against Clockwork.
Fnatic. Bit of a think about this third pickup. Of course, a lot of Raven heroes have been removed now, from both sides in fact. You do still have that Faceless Void available right now, if either team did want it, which I would have assumed was going to be a pretty popular hero to pick up in this series number 2, game number 1. Not quite yet, however. Fnatic, they may be considering it right now. Doesn't seem to go too badly with the Prophet Tiny either.
Dire team pick.
I'll go for the Venge first. Fair enough.
Yeah, keeping their options open. They've got a way to swap outside of the arena. So if someone's caught inside and Venge is outside, easy way to save a hero out. Keeping your bases open. It works pretty nice with an NP in terms of push. You've got that going there. It's not very explosive for Fnatic, but it's very solid. It's a hammered in draft. There's still some flexibility if you want to really play around with your heroes. You could still run the core Venge with the support NP. Not sure if that's what Fnatic would want. They'd probably just go core NP in this case, but we'll see. It's open enough that you can kind of get away with it. And 496, they're the ones looking to play super fast. They've got the lineup that still gets off on a rush, and they can draft around that. They could keep picking up these heroes that plays really well. And with that momentum, I wouldn't be surprised if they got Jakiro to really drag this in together as their POS 5. So you've got a really fast pace if you do pick that up for your support, and whether or not that's going to be the case remains to be seen, because when you have a Mars Veno, it gets a bit tricky to figure out who's the support here.
Okay. 496, they're having a think about this fourth pickup now. Looking to reveal that position 1, I'm sure. What do you want though? Like, if you want the Void, you are going to be fighting into a Venge, which does make it a bit more complicated. Which may be the reason why Fnatic did just straight out pick the Venge. I'm going to keep letting that reserve time tick down.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Bloodseeker.
Oh,
Okay, Bloodseeker comes out. And yesterday when they did pick up the Bloodseeker, if I remember correctly, they ran it as a position 1. If my memory serves me correctly.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it was effective, was it not?
Yeah, they did win that series, that game up against Neon, game number 2 with a core Bloodseeker. So it comes out here. I actually do like it here. So you're tying in that aggression, you're tying in the team fight potential. Arena plus Blood Riot is just terrifying. Then you toss the Poison Nova on top. These guys will melt. In fact, give Blood Rage to the Venomancer. See how fast the enemies tick out. That is nasty. Just 30% spell app? Are you kidding me? I don't want to deal with any of that as Fnatic. So great pickup from them. They do lack a bit of control, so the control isn't the best, and Fnatic, and they get the morph. So it's that back and forth between the Morphling and the Bloodseeker. They're ways for the Morphling to dance around that, but if you juggle your HP, you are giving your Bloodseeker opportunities to get a bit faster. But at the same time, 496 does not have the best of catch for a Morphling. They've got the Spear, and I guess Blood Right if you land it every single time with a Cogs, but Morphling's just very slippery. So that's something 496 has to kind of correct with the last pick. We'll see if it's something they even bother with. If they just play fast, then you might not need to worry about a very slippery Morphling if it just dies.
That's kind of the thing that worries me a bit here for Fnatic, right? Because you do need time for this Morphling to be able to get that farm up and be able to be a powerhouse. 496 isn't the kind of team that gives you that time. So it makes me question whether Fnatic are going to be able to create the space here for this Morphling in this game number 1. That being said, 496, the last time they did run the position 1 Bloodseeker, they did play a lot slower,
5 seconds
in all fairness, so they may slow the game down here. I guess we're just going to have to wait till the game starts to see what the game plan is.
Dire team ban.
Speaking of, by the way, there is still 1 pick left for 496, and they are lacking a mid lane hero.
Yeah.
So all the Zeus being removed now. Even the PO from Fnatic was removed just in case. I wonder what 496 do want for that mid lane matchup.
I wish Zeus was in the pool, just because I love Bloodseeker Zeus. Just the potential of it always gets me giddy, but yeah, but it's not there. So I think in this case, you could get away with something with a bit of slipperiness to it. The Spirit Brothers are all available, surprisingly enough, except for Ember. So Void Spirit would be pretty good here. Ties in with your momentum, gives you great hold with a Bloodseeker, great AoE. I think the Void Spirit would be the way to go. They ban out the Storm. You might be looking at it.
I think the Earth Spirit core would be pretty good, actually. Like, I do agree that the Void Spirit would be good, but having that added silence with the Earth Spirit obviously going to help up against the Morph. So much lockdown to set up for the Blood Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a very, very nice kind of core Earth Spirit game, in my opinion. Not that I think they'll necessarily go for it, but you never really know. Fnatic, they've got the last pick to make first.
Dire team pick.
And they are going to go for the Void Spirit. Okay. Do we want to make it a Spirit versus Spirit matchup? No. They are going to go for an Ancient Apparition. Okay.
Alright. Interesting way to close it out. And of course, that is one way to manage the regen on the Morphling. So you've got the Ice Blast to stop that from happening. It's going to be Bombi on it, so it's going to be our support AA. 458 still not here, so Red is going to be stepping up to the plate for their Pause 1. It's a Pause 1 Bloodseeker making experience. Going to be interesting to see that shake up with the heroes they have. I believe that BB on the Veno does mean our offlane Veno and our support clock. So the Veno clock lane, again, very potent if you get that running start. Fnatic on their end, yeah, I believe Ice is actually taking additional time off, so Zephyr's going to be in for the rest of the tournament. Not 100%, but I saw some ramblings about that. So we're going to have Zephyr on the offlane Tiny, DJ and the Void Spirit as support, and Moon on the NP. Gonna be interesting to see them execute this one. The mid NP should be alright. You know, it's a stable hero to have. But there's a lot here for Fnatic I want to see out. I want to see just how much this roster shakeup that they keep going through is going to affect them. And whether or not 496, with their promising draw yesterday, can keep that momentum up and find themselves even more wins here, or just have to settle with draw, or if Fnatic actually steps up to the plate today.
You know, John, I gotta say, sometimes I hate myself, and I hate you as You know why?
Why?
Because I don't eat before we cast. And now that we cast SCA Dota, right? And every time we cast SCA Dota, we start talking about food in the middle of the cast.
Oh yeah.
And now, every time we just cast SCA Dota, I automatically start associating food with the cast. And it makes me hungrier.
Oh man, oh no. You can't blame me.
John? You didn't really finish your conversation yesterday about banh mi.
Yeah.
The Vietnamese culture.
Oh yeah.
So I did some Googling, right?
Yeah.
Just to educate myself. Damn, that stuff looks delicious.
Right? It's fantastic. Dude, look, So for me, I never had living in Singapore. I mean, I never got to eat banh mi because it was always like those expensive places in Orchard Road. You know Orchard, right? The shopping area. That's where I saw a banh mi stall.
John,
For battle.
I don't live in Singapore, John. How am I meant to know?
You went there once, right? Everyone's been to Singapore, but still, you know, Orchard Road.
2 days.
Yeah. It's a stopover, but Orchard Road was this lovely banh mi shop. $15 for a sandwich, though. You know, it's a bit much. I've had it here, and it's just like $5. Good time. It's a good sandwich. If you can find some banh mi, no regrets. With some coffee, Vietnamese iced coffee, whew, that's a good afternoon there.
I'm surprised you brought up Singapore. I mean, I literally told you yesterday I went to Vietnam for my honeymoon, and you're telling me to go eat banh mi in Singapore.
Not in Singapore, but I'm just saying that's where I first saw it. You know, it looked beautiful. The sandwiches looked great. It's a work of art for the mouth, Mike. It's a flavorful exposition right there.
Shout out to the people out there watching. Beautiful culture.
I'm sure there's tons.
Can't wait to return.
I haven't been. You know, we were supposed to go because we went on like a family cruise. We were supposed to stop over in Vietnam. There was a typhoon that came in, so we ended up stuck in the Philippines and Malaysia. You know, it's like we left the Philippines to go cruising in the Philippines. It was not as fun as you'd like it to be. Would have been nice to see Vietnam.
2 for 2 bounty trade. Fairly even start between these two. I'll tell you, by the way, John, next on my list is to try and get to the Philippines. I mean, we've been casting for years, and I feel like I owe it to the fans to actually go visit the beautiful country of the Philippines.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't managed it yet, unfortunately, but I do look forward to it very soon, sir.
It's going to be a while longer. Would be nice if there was a tournament here, you know? Maybe down the line, we'll see how things unfold still.
The only place that deserves a major.
Oh, yeah.
I can say it. It's the first major of the DPC season. They've got the best crowd. I hate saying that as an Australian, John, but they have the best crowd. They deserve it.
Yeah,
but if you didn't want to do Manila, Sydney is also a very nice city, Val, in case you're listening.
You know, I would love that. I would love a Sydney major. I'd have an excuse to go down, you know? Like, I've always wanted to be in Australia. I've always wanted to visit the reefs, go diving, you know, spelunking. We'll see how it happens, you know? Spelunking, I know. Spelunking, I don't know. It's just a word. It's just a word I like to use. It sounds nice, but I don't think it means what I think it means.
I don't think it means anything, John.
No, exploring caves, yeah. Not quite. I don't necessarily want to go spelunking, but spelunking is what I want.
Stop
Exploration.
saying that word, John.
It's a nice word, Mike. It's a lovely word, spelunking.
All right. You have it, sir. So safe lane Venomancer, as far as I can tell. Yes, you're going to be on the support clockwork, and they're going to run the... It is still a position 1. See, but they're going to run it in the off lane instead of the bomb.
I like the shake-up. The Bloodseeker just... We've seen it so many times, but once you get the levels up in that turst, it maintains itself so well. You know, it just gets the regeneration off. It's not going to be harassed out. And as the pause 1 in this case, to sustain yourself better, it is going to be laning up against a dual range lane. This is actually a pretty painful lane, Mike. An NP plus Avenge. You can't discount this. There's no Blightstone on either one, but once you've got the level and Wave of Terror, those treants hitting you, these 2 heroes right-clicking you down, that is a lot of hurt. For Venomancer to have to deal with that, Bloodseeker is going to hold its own a bit better and be a decent time. Issue here is for Bombi. He's not going to trade hits too well. Like, he's going to be trying to play around with the Chilling Touch, but if you overstay your welcome, that physical damage will rack up. You only have 2 armor. That wave is going to rip that down.
Have a reconnection. No, we don't. A 4-man disconnection now. My god. Everything's alright for 496. Can't even make the Merienda excuse, John.
No.
Not gonna work. It's too early.
Way too early for Merienda. Maybe some afternoon iced coffee, you know? I would take any excuse for an iced coffee, to be...
True. Reconnect, instant disconnect. Not a good sign.
Not still. You know how the internet is here in Southeast Asia.
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad. That's a kind way to put it. very kind way to put it. There are more
I mean,
words.
If an
more words for
Australian
that
is
one.
telling you your internet's bad, that's saying something. we don't exactly have the top internet in the world in Australia. A little bit behind. Hopefully everything's getting back to it now. We have everyone reconnected. Be going fairly soon.
Ah, there we go.
What kind of flavor monster do you have right now, by the way, John?
Oh, I'm an OG guy. I just have original mod. Mike, nothing but the best original flavor for me.
I've told you, we've done 3 BTS Pro series. I've told you to try the Mango Loco. You still haven't done it.
I can't find it, Mike. I can only find the original right next to me. It's all I can source out. We can't afford up here.
We'll get Monster to hook you up with some Mango Loco, sir.
So, you know, seeing these lanes unfold, Zephyr already copying a lot of damage here, Mike.
That he is. He'll be alright. Yes, you're going to go in onto DJ now, and DJ might actually drop here. Does get the Resonant Pulse off, and looks like he'll be okay. I didn't really realize DJ playing the position 3 role. So Zephyr's playing the pos 4.
Oh yeah, now this is a major shake. DJ's a solid player. Of course, we've seen him on the offlane way before, but I think this makes it a bit more complicated. In the shoes of Ice 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 in the offlane, those are very big shoes to fill in that same role. We'll have to see how much he can get done. Of course, Zephyr is going to make that a bit easier. Fantastic pos 4 player. I do miss Geek Fan. At least he gets to play here. And this lane's just not getting any easier. Even the lane across. Like, you look at Raven mid up against Hung's Mars. He's not having too great of a time. 9-4 for Hung. Lots of denies out. And Raven's stuck at 6-0. So, not having the smoothest time in the Morphling. It's going to have to play it a bit safe. As he drops in HP, you're making that safe lane of yours a bit harder. So, Red gets a bit more presence as well. A really delicate balancing act for the Morphling.
It is. Hung having a very, very nice time on the Mars at the moment. Enjoying some CS for himself. Be very wary of that spear if you are Raven. Mean your death very early on. Of course, bot lane, Bombi and Red also having a fantastic time so far. No real struggles here for Red. Moon only one last hit behind the Bloodseeker. But I'd say if you can get a very nice kind of start as Red is having, it may be more impactful for the Bloodseeker rather than the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, definitely. Such a snowball hit here up top though, Moon.
They TP up, DJ, he's in trouble. They're still chasing. Yassi is not done yet. Zephyr trying to protect, but Yassi might need one more. No, make it one more, but DJ's still alive. Trying to run, gets the 8th Remnant off with the Resonant Pulse, but no, it's not going to be enough, and Yassi will actually go down to the creep that was tossed out by Zephyr.
Oh, man. Oh god, it's that aggression again. Like, straight up, there were 6 heroes up top all of a sudden. 2 kills going to wave 496. They find a counter kill. Is looking a bit scary. We've seen teams try to play like this. We've seen Neon try to keep that pace up. At some point, you have to know when to cut your losses, and let's see if Fnatic's going to be disciplined enough to figure that cutoff point for them. They're starting to swap back those heroes. They're actually dragging Yassi and that BB down bot now. You're going to have Bombi along with Red up top. So a lane swap out for the side of 496.
You're trying to go at Yassi. Yassi looking for that battery assault. Doesn't really get the cogs. It's going to be near the tier 1 tower anyway, but had the cogs landed, that should have been a kill. Can be a little bit clunky though, the cogs. Not always trapping them in, even if you are right next to them.
Not reliable, and that's one issue for 496. Not showing up too much now, but that reliability in stuns is going to be a bit of a problem down the line as it does go on still. Lots of camping around these power runes. Zephyr even helping Raven secure it. A little spear, try to shove Raven back. Doesn't really do anything, and another pause from 496.
Issues here, 496 they are. Do have the go ahead, just a quick bit of lag. Right home about. Raven, like you said, does get the double damage bottled up, so he's going to be able to reset himself now. Zephyr, toss back into Raven, into that tier 1 tower with a DD rune, and they do get the kill. Nice spear attempt from Hung. Not going to be enough to hold Raven down.
I love that early rotation out from Zephyr. Really important to keep Raven in the running here as the Morphling. You don't want that Morphling dropping too far behind. We've seen that happen before. So he's getting his solid farm up. He's not too far behind Mars despite that slower start. I think if you're Fnatic right now, that's all you want. Although, he overstays.
Right?
Welcome.
He's not going down to Hung. Quite catch how that happened, but that was, I believe, just a spear and a God's rebuke. We're having some more lag issues. DB getting a bit frustrated now.
It's a shame. Auto DC. Oh, Yassi's gone. All right.
Okay.
That's what you sound like.
It's always a pleasure casting these players. Just we mentioned it yesterday, but they all know each other.
Oh,
they
yeah.
all play pubs with each other very, very often. They love to crack a joke here and there when they've got the chance.
Yeah.
Always a good time.
Lots of camaraderie in Southeast Asia. A lot of scrims against each other, so it is to be expected. And, yeah, another bit of a waiting game. At least it's not everyone disconnecting. You know? At least it's not every single player. We've encountered that awkwardness before. It's not a good time.
Some of the BTS boys are having a bit of fun on Twitter right now. Go check your notifications while you can, John. While we are disconnected. I wish I could show up on screen.
Yeah, I see that. Lovely. You blend. You look like you've been chopped off onto the table. Someone sawed off your torso to place it in top.
There we go. If you want, it's on my Twitter. Retweeted. Go have a look.
See, that is some
Add
good
more
photoshopping. Yeah, you blend right in. You look like one of those half-body mannequins. It's a lovely one. Uncanny.
Thank you for that, Dougie.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gassy. Rotate around, back down to the bot lane.
Of them all.
It's going decently right now for both sides. Just a 2-3, 1k advantage for 496.
Denied.
Oh boy, another.
Oh,
Gassi's
man.
having some real problems here.
Not great, but I believe we got a call out from our admin Dougie after 6 minutes of pause left. I believe that's just for 496. There's some time here. Hopefully it gets sorted. I mean, we're only 5 minutes into the actual game, like, you know. It felt like a while.
I may as well talk about the other country I went to on my honeymoon. Went to Malaysia, John. Shout out
Malaysia's
to
lovely.
the beautiful people of Malaysia. Fantastic country. Someone should have warned me, John, and I believe that should have been you, that everything's kind of bigger over there. So we went to a seafood market. Took a seat at one of those stalls where they, serve you seafood like you're at a restaurant, but you're outside at a market stall, right? And my wife loves oysters.
Yeah.
So being the good husband that I was, I said, I'll get you a dozen oysters.
Yeah.
Right? Because she will eat all of them. She just loves them that much. Nobody told me that they were the size of my hand, because in Australia, John, in Australia they're tiny, right? So nobody told me they were huge. And so when I talked to the waitress and I said, hey, can I get a dozen oysters? She gave me this look like, what's wrong with you? How are you going to eat all those? And I'm
Oh no.
like, no, trust me, my wife will eat it. She eats oysters all the time. Long behold, my wife could not finish those oysters. Right? They were damn huge. What are you feeding your seafood over there?
Well, it's a combination of stuff you'd rather not know about, Mike. I do believe that's the polite way to put it. But they're really big.
Delicious.
Yeah, absolutely is. And, Malaysia's great. I've been to Johor Bahru because when you live in Singapore, it's right across the pond. Never got down to go to KL. Have a lot of friends in Ipoh as well, which should drop down sometime. I believe I do owe Mushi. I believe I owe him a beer or some nasi lemak.
You do.
I guess we're gonna have to pay that. Yeah, both of them now. So
Don't try to cheap out, John.
a trip down there is gonna have to be mandatory. Still, 3 people bomb.
4 people bot, John. That BB is going to be surrounded and is going to go down. Fnatic. Nice rotation in. Do get a very easy kill, and if they want to, they can try to pressure that bottom tier 1 tower, but the likelihood is they are probably going to disperse.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go for that lane swap once more. Looks like they might just toss DJ back up top. They're getting the TPs off, so just looking to reset again, getting the favorable matchups. Hung, though, with a haste, looking for a rotation.
Down, has the arena up. Catching one though, he's going to dive to tier 1, straight after Moon, but misses the spear, and Moon is going to try to TP out, but the battery assault going to make it very, very hard with the Treants. Still can't get out of there. They push it back with the cogs, and now it's about getting some punishment out. So Zephyr goes for the toss on Bombi. It won't be enough. DJ could not finish the job either, and everyone from 496 is out of there scot-free.
Every single time we see 496 up against any team, both sides just play run at you Dota. They just keep running around, they keep forcing these fights, continuous engagements all across the board. The one advantage here for Fnatic is that Raven is having a lovely time. They have left this Mars, they have lots of Morphling to free farm, although Hung's around. You might want to make a play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Won't, but they do get the top tier 1 tower here, so Red and that BB going for the unorthodox play, the top tier 1 rather than the bottom tier 1. I mean, sometimes you just take what you can get, and you can see why they did that, John. They're going to invade the triangle and trying to take these stacks off Raven.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't mind this play at all. If you know there's farm in that triangle to be had, you may as well try and go for it.
They're not giving any breathing room out towards Raven. They understand what they need to get done. They need to real control of the map end.
Has been killed.
TP out from DJ. Yes, he does get his courier anyway, but get the real hero. Hung. Stick around that mid lane. Does have the arena back up, and it looks like they want to try and maybe start pressuring that tier 1 mid a bit, but he is alone, so he'll think better of it and does just retreat for a little bit. Even has an invis rune down at that rune spot.
You can see this again. They're just planting this to get vision down, to get control on the map. So far, 496, 3-4. You have a bit of a lead. They are making a move down bot again.
Radiant's middle tower.
Gassy just gets blown up by Raven. Very, very nice kill out from our Morphling. The top lane, they are going to make the jump onto that BB, so Fnatic getting warmed up now. 2 quick kills across the map. What you love to see out of them, but down at bot lane, Raven has been caught out and does go down to the Blood Right. So, looked pretty good at first, but not quite its worth when you lose that Morphling.
That's the one here you should not be dropping on Fnatic's end. You managed to find a big kill here for 496. Straight to the tower. Without that BB, this is a lot slower than you'd want it to be. You're not going to get any significant damage done to one. Fnatic will get to hold onto that piece of map for a bit longer, but you can expect 496. You want these tier 1s gone. Once the bot one's gone, they're going to make a move for mid.
Zephyr, he's sticking around way too long. There's no trees to hide in. At this point, I don't know if you agree with me here, John, but you let that tier 1 bot tower go. You can't try and defend when there's no trees.
No, it's very difficult. I think if you want to defend a tower, it has to be the mid tier 1. For sure, that one you cannot let go without a fight. These side towers you have to accept. And that 496 is going to play this game. They're going to play faster. The best you can do is play in the opposite lane. You've got the Treant, who is just playing safe in the jungle, but they're starting to make moves up to the top tier 1 to look for a bit of damage there as well.
Assy. Smoke broken onto AU, trying to get that bounty. Nice Cox pushback and into the arena of Hung, into the Ice Blast on DJ. Oh, what a play out from 496. Now AU still going to be chased down by Yassi. They have the battery assault. Moon unable to really help out here. They'll bring more in. Raven and Zephyr going to rotate, trying to at least burst down this clockwork, and they will get him. Now Raven, after more, goes after Bombi, and we'll get a double kill. But it's not all bad news for Fnatic.
Yeah, you'd be pretty happy about that because Raven got the kills on his Morph. Even though you trade that offlaner, you're giving kills towards your Morphling. It's a positive trade-off for Fnatic. They are still going to make a move onto that top tier 1, but you can see 496. They're TPing in. They're not going to let Raven get too much damage done. They're holding on to that map control they really want here.
Mid lane, Hung, gone too far. Avalanche toss and missile is out. Hung, assuming they were all pushing that top tier 1, but that was not the case. Now an immediate smoke, but Raven, he is in a bit of danger here. Yassi going for a chase, and does get the kill. Wow!
Do this!
He just Agimorph? Is that why he died so quick?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It looked like he had a good amount.
Lot of trouble. Does get caught by that Aether Remnant. DJ gonna keep going. Avalanche is there from Zephyr. Yassi is still alive, however, and now the Rupture comes out from Red. So DJ, he's just trapped. Resonant Pulse wears off. He's got no steps anyway, and Red's gonna go for another. He wants to chase down AU. They got the Poison Sting slow. They've got even more slow from Bombi. A nice swap out from AU, but Red is not done. He's just gonna keep going. And AU will eventually go down here. Unless Raven can pull off a miracle, and he's going to get swapped in, going back after Bombi. AU, meanwhile, still being chased and does go down, and Bombi actually gets lucky, has a regen room, but lets Yassi have it. Be able to get out with his life intact, assuming Moon doesn't TP in for the snipe. Like Moon will not.
Man, it's just constantly either side giving any breathing room to the other. You are still finding some pretty good farm coming out for the cores, but you can start to see 496 pull ahead. The aggression for Red starting to pay off on her Bloodseeker. Hung as well, making really good pace, rushing the BKB first on Morris. They're trying to go for early spell immunity to cancel out some of that damage coming in. Control and maintain the advantage and the aggression. I can't really fault 496. If you want to keep fighting, the BKB is going to let you do that a lot more safely.
It's a little intriguing though, right? Like you rush the BKB, and we saw the same thing out of Hung yesterday in the 496 series up against Neon. And while it's very effective, without the blink, they aren't able to really land those really big Arena of Bloods that you love to see. When you have a Bloodseeker with you, you would think that that would be where they really want to emphasize their gold going to, but it's not the case.
Yeah, it's a risky run now because you take away one form of initiation. That means they're going to rely mainly on Yassi. Big hooks to set up, but it really depends. Like 496 right now, they've been playing pretty decently in their initiation. They're going to be able to find a Smith tier 1. This is the tower that Fnatic should be fighting for, but they're not coming in time.
It's not good news for Fnatic. That's a big, big tower to lose. They'll swap in on the Bloodseeker. Nice kill there for Zephyr. They do get some kind of consolation for that. But that T1 mid tower going down, and the Ice Blast on Raven could be detrimental here as Hung unable to close the gap, and that's where you love to see the Blink Dagger on this Mars. Not have one. Nevertheless, with that mid-tier 1 down, they're probably going to be very, very happy. But now top lane, Yassi. Be in danger, tries for the TP play, and he might actually make it out. He does. Still, Arena is going to be missed from Hung. But it won't matter. It's a low cooldown. He won't mind.
Close call. 9-11 now on the map. 14.5 minutes in. 496 still with a slight lead. You'd want to see this lineup a bit further ahead, though. This is not the snowball start you want from this kind of fighting pace, and they need to find more. There's a blink up now in Zephyr. They've got a solid way in Fnatic's end to get that initiation in. You don't have the same thing for 496. It's still all about Yassi's hookshot.
Yassi's just trying to work towards that Hood of Defiance right now, so not really wanting to commit all the way with this hookshot yet. Wanting that bonus magic defense up against Raven with that adaptive strike. That has been pretty much the way he's died every single time now. Just an adaptive strike out from Raven. Doesn't want that happening any longer. While top lane, Zephyr does catch out that BB, but now Yassi comes in with the hook shot into the Ice Blast of Bombi. Do they have the follow-up? Hung, he has a double damage rune. They'll go after AU. 1 for 1. They don't have the arena yet, so they can't really keep going, but they do have it in 10. Zephyr, another toss back on Bombi. Get the kill, and that should be it for the defense of 496. They're probably just going to have to let this one go down.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, it's a rough exchange.
He's got his BKB on the way, Hung. His courier is very close by. There it is, 10-second charge available. But again, if you don't have the catch, you can't really make use of it.
Is under attack.
Fnatic now, they're making great work of Zephyr's Blink. He's just making all the plays on their side, and that's the difference when you have a Blink here and when you don't have one. The Fnatic are just finding more opportunities, 11 to 12. They've caught up on farm with Moon and with Raven. Very even distribution on the map. That is not good news for 496. They need a snowball start finding successes in fights, because even with this slight advantage they have in control, it's not going to be enough.
That BB going down again, top lane, but down the bot lane, AU. Being caught out by Yassi and Bombi, but now they go back in with Zephyr. Avalanche toss out, Adaptive is there on Yassi. The casual cloak will actually save him. Very valuable item in top lane. Hung does catch out Moon. That's a pretty big pick off to get. He'll enjoy himself with that one.
You gotta be a bit cautious there. If you bleed kills like this out to 496 on your cores, that's one way to give them a bounce back in. That does bring Hung a little bit further ahead over Raven and Moon. About 900 gold lead in both these heroes on 496. So you've got to be cautious. It's still a really close match. 2k advantage for 496. Fnatic, they've still got a bit of a way to go until the power spike's up for Raven. He's going for the Manta first. Shotgun is way down the line, and they're going to keep looking for certain opportunities here. A lot of pings down bot.
Gets some wards out, but is also going to get spotted out and does die. Zephyr, another kill for him on the Tiny. I was going to ask you, John, I wonder how long it'll take for this cloak to be nerfed. It just seems too valuable as an item at the moment in Dota. It's so cheap for 15% magic resist. If you think about it, it's basically a permanent raindrop.
Yeah, in a way. I don't know if I'd call it completely broken though. Maybe to build up the Defiance is a bit too cheap. Like, Yassi's got it up as the pause 4, you know, up relatively quick. It's just super valuable in situations where it can make it work. Number tweak on it, it just feels wrong, but with the prevalence of it, you might see that happening soon. I can't be certain. I feel like it's in a decent spot though.
It's like every game, as a support, you just pick a casual cloak up every time. There's no reason not to. There's so much value, especially up against these tinies that we've been seeing every single game. Value there. Raven's gonna be work. Yeah.
You've got natural upgrades like the Glimmer Cake. I think that's one thing as well. It's the fact that you can turn it into something else for your team for supports, so it's a very easy command. They took out the upgrade path, changed it to something else. Maybe that would stop it, but that's a very drastic change. That would really just completely change the build-up for a lot of support.
Haste!
Both teams just avoiding each other for now. From Hung, who gets started onto Moon again. Same spot as last time. Moon will try for the TP, but a great hook shot in from Yassi. Just in time. Fnatic, they're going to try and force a team fight on the other side of the map, seeing those TPs. Red, he's going to be in big trouble, does get blown up. Quick thinking there from Fnatic. Essentially even it out, but Raven is still ruptured up, and they are looking to go back in as Hung. A nice spear onto Zephyr. Going to be able to get another kill. So 496 getting the better side of that trade. Let that one go and back off.
Yeah, just rinse and repeat for 496, having a 3k advantage in their end now. Hung is looking pretty darn big. He's got that blink up and running. He's gonna go for the Desolator next, and once you've got that up on the Mars, the damage output shoots up, and even the push potential really skyrockets. Gotta watch out. He's got an Invis.
He's got the Implore as well, John.
Oh man, of course he does.
Yeah. Yes, he does. It's not very fair, is it? It's kind of like when Kunkka gets Implore. It's like, well, that's not very nice. Like, you can just guaranteed crit on Tidebringer. Doesn't seem very fair, but Hung's got one now. a good feeling
yeah.
for him.
Radiant are scanning.
Definitely. One thing we have to see from 496 now is progress on those tier 2s. They've gotten control of the jungle. They need to get some damage done to the tier 2s, start to really wreck some space away, to really start Fnatic. 4k lead is nice, but Raven and Moon aren't completely shut out. They still bounce back. There's still areas in the map Fnatic can farm in safely. 496 has to start planning to shut this map down completely, and they are making moves to the bot tier 2.
Yeah, see? TP up top lane just to defend that tier 2 tower. His team are going after the bottom tier 2, so Fnatic might want to start trying to make a play here up at this top lane. They will jump in with the avalanche toss and everything else for that matter, but Yassi is still alive and he is going to survive. He's looking at... Oh no, he's not. Nature's Wrath. He spoke too soon. He spoke a bit too soon there, Yassi.
It's your fault. You cursed him. You had to call it out.
I didn't think he was going to run back into the creep wave vision, John. Hung is going to go after AU now. AU only have a chance of survival there, will also die.
496 are going to be happy with just finding the trade and the tier 2 tower. That's what they really want. They got the space to get that push done. Fnatic can't really find a good trade. That top tier 2 still alive, although Zephyr.
On empty.
That BB. Raven able to pick up that kill. Zephyr being very influential so far on this tiny. Fnatic now still very, very close in this game. Only a 3k net worth lead for 496. Lane Moon. Oh, hook shot. Barely missing out there from Yassi. Very, very close call. It's like they're just going to focus in on forcing that bot wave in again, and Fnatic will continue to force the top wave in. Just not really wanting to engage quite yet, as I mean, Raven, he is still farmed, right? He still needs more time.
Oh yeah, and he's finding that time. That's the difficult thing for 496. They may have the slight lead. 3k is nice. I'm not discounting that. The issue is this is against a Morphling. This is against a Nature's Prophet. These heroes skill a heck lot better than a Bloodseeker to a certain extent and a Mars. So yeah.
Good hook shot. 1 second. Can he go for the blind hook? Oh, he does too. No, it wasn't blind. There was a ward there by that BB, but it is a very nice hook shot out. Good thinking though from that BB. Placing the wards down, guessing the right location. Moon. Rather Zephyr. Down. 9-6. They want to go for more here. Does have the blink up now with the arena and does just catch out AU.
Best you leave the fighting to me.
Still looking for more 496. Spotting out DJ now with that Plague Ward. Moon gonna TP in. Aether Remnant to lock down the clockwork, but they don't have the damage. Not with that Glimmer Cape up, and Yassi's got another hook shot very, very soon. Moon, however, gonna pop his BKB and try to fight back, but Yassi, hook shots out of there. Now the rest of the team is gonna come in, and Moon, even with the BKB, cannot survive up against the right-click damage of Hung and Red.
Oh, this is not a good spot to be in. That's his 10-second charge gone. It's into the pit for 496. Without that Nature's Prophet, without the Vent Job, they're going to have to give that Roche away. Not in the position to contest. 496 starting to find that momentum. They're finding bigger targets onto Moon. They're really applying that pressure. If they can use this Roche to secure the last outer towers, they're going to set themselves up for a really good spot onto the high ground.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan out from Fnatic, realizing that BB and Yassi were around. Yassi, he's looking for another hook. Might spot out AU there, but they will see heroes down at the bot lane. Raven round with Zephyr. They spot out Yassi with the avalanche toss to start, but Yassi is pretty tanky. Hook shots back out again. He can't get out of this one. Moon is coming. He's going to try. Sprout, not there yet. Zephyr will get vision, has a toss, but the Cogs pushback is out now. Wow! Oh, Yassi, how dare you? You can't do that. And now Hung gets the arena off, but missed the spear onto the wall. AU still in massive, massive danger. And he's just gone. Raven does kill off that BB down at the bot lane, but now Red's gonna come in. There goes Zephyr on the Tiny, and Red, well, rather Raven, will be able to TP out on the Morph.
Raven,
However,
stop moving! What?
Did he move the fountain?
Oh, he was moving in the fountain. He had Rupture on. He had the Ice Blast on because he popped his BKB first. I don't.
Oh no.
Man, dude, that was just so strange.
I wish we had instant replay. I didn't quite catch that one. I just assumed he was gonna sit in base and not move for 5 seconds, but unfortunately, it happens to the best of us, though, right? Like we've all made that mistake once in a while.
Oh yeah, it's still, I mean, that is a costly mistake. 496. Very happy with how that ends out. 4 for 1. 10k lead now. Definitely up there. Trying to transition to the objectives. They get that BB down mid. Chipping away at this mid tier 2. And Fnatic, as soon as these towers start dropping, you start to ask yourself, where can we let Raven farm? Moon can split push just fine and zip around, but the Morphling, not quite as mobile, at least in terms of teleporting across the map. So you're going to be limited in where this Morphling can farm. And Raven, he was pretty close a while ago. The gap is now grown to 4k over these cores. Not a good sign for the Morphling.
Good. Seem to know he's around somewhere. Run into him. Red just might. Creep wave will reveal Red, so Moon should have an opportunity to get out, and he will. Pings are there now, but just too late. Of course, Red had no way to cancel that TP, so mid lane, Fnatic smoked up. Gonna run into Hung with a great avalanche toss initiation, and they look to blow up the Mars and Bombi. A double kill out for Raven, and they can finally go after that T1 mid tower.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a big one. Lets them roam into that jungle a bit better. Evens out the control over Roche. They're gonna take it fairly quick. Raven does hit fairly hard, despite that setback in farm, and that's enough to bring back the lead just down to 8k for 496. So losing a bit of that advantage. Fnatic using this opportunity to farm that jungle. They've got certain tools in their arsenal. Of course, they've had the Ags on DJ. The silence is helping them secure these kills. And 496, and they're still looking good, but you can't play sloppy here. You have to maintain that momentum.
Only so, hookshot gonna be out onto Zephyr. Yassi, seeing how many heroes are there, is gonna decide better of it and just gets out. Clumsy net is out from Zephyr. Yassi now looking to turn back around as they do have Red joining in, but now DJ is also there. Still, they jump in, they are melting on 496, but Yassi is out. Red trying to mad fight back. He does have the basher, but Raven does get the Aegis. You've also lost Yassi, but he has brought back on the clockwork and does go back in onto DJ, who does manage to dissimulate. That BB, however, does poison sting him up with the Plague Ward and does take him down. Another very sloppy engagement. Seems like 496 are continuing to come out on top, however.
Yeah, it's costly, but they are winning out these trades. Very fortunate for Fnatic to have that DD on Raven. That's why he was blowing them up. Get the Aegis off. 496, I don't think they should be too upset. The Aegis was going to expire in about 30 seconds. That window was going to go anyway, and they smoke up immediately.
Hung runs into Zephyr. Going to settle for the easier Tiny kill. Does, of course, save the arena for himself. Try again. He can run into Raven. Raven will waveform out and be just fine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Someone's going to have to go back and defend that top tier 2 tower soon, as Moon has been split pushing. But speaking of Moon, he does lose his courier to Hung. Ice Blast flying out onto Moon.
Oh boy.
TP back for the outpost, and he does get the outpost, but it's going to cost him his life. Well, that BB says it all. I mean, it's probably sort of worth to get your outpost back before that 30-minute mark, but that's your position 2 profit that's dying like that.
Yeah, it's not what you want, but it's the kind of plays you need to make happen for your entire team to catch up. That does give a little bit more of a boost towards all of these heroes. It that snowball from 496 and just prevents just even more EXP coming out. So in that sense, it's worthwhile just slowing down 496 for a bit. But right now, 496 stuck in a bit of a deadlock. They can't make progress towards the high ground. They can't really go for that tier 2 top unless they really shove that top wave in hard. Roche is going to be up way later on. It's about 2 minutes till we find out, although...
Nice avalanche toss out from Zephyr, but that BB nearly dying to Raven. Now Red gonna move in, but AU, a great swap out on the Venge. Bit of a group up here. Zephyr still ruptured, does eventually go down, and Red will pick up a double. Back hook shot, Yassi. Oh, right into the base. He almost kills off DJ.
Oh, this guy has no children.
Well, Yassi is just like, this man is hooking everybody out here.
Oh, he definitely is. A lot of their control, a lot of their initiation is down to that clock, and Yassi's finding those openings really well. 22-30 now, 14k lead for 496. Fnatic, it's starting to look like they're putting all their eggs in one basket. It's all about Raven. It's about him getting farm. You know, Moon is doing great. He is just split pushing. And that's his job now as the NP. That's something he can keep up. Shove out the lanes. Ensure that 496 is not hunting for the morph. Slowly build up in Raven. He's saving up for the Scotty. He's going for the shotgun afterwards. At that point, you might have enough damage. You still have to worry about a lot of that minus regen here for 496. And again, they're not relenting. They're smoked up.
Aghanim Scepter available and hung. The God's Rebuke cooldown is now 3.5 seconds, and he's critting for about 700 damage each time he uses it. Jay, leave the building. However, AU getting speared back by Hung. It did not land onto the tree, so he'll have to commit the arena. And that's a big crit. 1.2k with the DD rune active. Don't forget, John, that's on a 3.5 second cooldown now. So he's going to be able to spam that quite a lot.
Yeah, very balanced spell.
Yep.
6 all. Flanking circle here in the bot lane.
Yassi, great hook shot in onto Raven, just buying time for Hung to get in there. He'll go for the TP, but the spear, no, he does BKB and get himself out. Good TP out from Raven.
Yeah.
Just, again, all about buying time for Fnatic. They're just trying to hold out until Raven's ready.
Yeah, and that's just the name of the game. That's all they can really do here. Maybe you find a pick-off or two if you clump up. But in a drawn-out fight, it's very difficult to just find that opening. So Moon doing his best to shove out lanes, playing that top jungle area, all just to ensure that Raven's farm is up there. He does have his Scotty on the Morphling, so more stats, more HP reduction as well. But 496, they've had enough. They're clumping up on the bot lane, ready to push.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get started. That tier 3 tower does not last long.
Radiant's bottom
Tier 3 gone. They're trying to split push top lane, so Moon's going to try and get something done himself.
Top tower is under attack.
496 might actually commit for a second Rats if he does stay up top too long. How do you initiate this team fight as Fnatic? It is a very, very difficult scenario. The 496, they're going to take the melee racks and they're going to back off, back to defend their top tier 3 tower. Yassi's actually looking for a hookshot attempt, and I believe he may have just barely spotted Moon. He's going to take a guess. The Ice Blast going to give vision, but the Treants... Oh, no, Yassi! Oh, what a hookshot from Yassi!
Oh man, the Force Staff to reposition himself in front of the Treants, hooking in, killing off Moon. The punishment, Mike, coming out there.
He is so good. This guy.
Oh yeah.
You don't get to see Clockworks this effective.
No.
Spiderlegs, Force Staff, the Treants were trying to block the hook shot. Moon knew it was coming. But Yassi just finds the tiniest of angles for that hook shot. Oh my.
There it goes.
Again, I wish we had an instant replay. We don't.
Yeah, that would have been really nice, but Moon, he was doing his job. He got punished. 496, 1 racks up now. Setting their eyes towards Roche. Gonna be half a minute until it's up. Gotten control on that part of the map. No wards down from Fnatic. They just have no vision beyond a mid-lane ward. Not really watching Roche. So once that's up, 496 will be the first to know. Should be able to jump in, no problem in there.
15k net worth lead for 496. Dota Plus sitting at 93%. This Dire side at the moment. Hung is working towards that AC. Should have it up relatively soon, but does have the Satanic available.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Basically means Satanic plus God's Rebuke, and you're back to full HP. You hit a few heroes.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Very, very nice for Hung.
You're probably not going to die to the raw right click unless you get controlled up as well. There's that Roshan up for 496. We're going to dive right into it. Again, no vision here from Fnatic. They are clumped around mid. That's not exactly where they need to be right now.
They need to try this Roshan play, but they're not gonna. That'll be the Aegis going to red. Immediate smoke rushing towards the Dire Triangle now. They know where they are. Yassi looking to initiate with that hook shot. It's a matter of who he wants to aim for and who he has vision over. Aether Remnant gonna lock him down. Now they definitely know that they know. Hook shot perfectly on Moon. Catches him in the cogs with the Ice Blast and the Spear, but a great swap out from AU. Trying to buy time. Still Abyssal Blade in from Red. Back onto that Prophet, and it's a double kill out for Red.
That is what you sound like.
And Fnatic, they're helpless right now. They just don't know what to do when that happens.
Cookie's crumbling here for Fnatic. They just don't have enough space anymore. I mean, Raven's still keeping up. He's like 4K behind, which is not too bad considering the state of the game.
Dire's bottom tower.
But I don't think the Morphlink's going to be enough. He just does not have enough to blow up Red, to blow up Hung. They're way too tanky at this point. And they've just lost out a lot of control on the map. Like, they're going to have to find a really good initiation here, find a wave turning this to their favor, because 496, they're going to go for this last set of racks now.
Are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Try. Still not going to be easy to go onto this high ground. It is still a bit of a challenge here for 496. Give it a shot. I say that, they are ripping through it. Do have a Solar Crest up now on that BB, so it allows Red to hit that much faster. Spear, Arena is out. They have caught the Tiny, but a great swap out from AU once again. Hung was falling low, but still has the Cheese and Satanic to use. Still critting for 1k as well.
Oh no.
On the brighter side, he has no mana, but he still has the cheese. So essentially, he does have a reset button for himself. But Zephyr gonna go in with an avalanche toss. Hook shot in from Yassi, holding back the Morphling. Raven gonna waveform forward with the Abyssal Blade and Ice Blast. They blow him up. This might be it. Moon, he cannot fight back. They call the GG. Fnatic. They are gonna drop game number 1 and 496. Great performance out of them. John, I know I've been saying this like a broken record, but Yassi, that is a clockwork performance if I've ever seen one.
Oh, it was. The escapes down bot, the hunts up.
Match found.
Cool. Let's go. I got there, Sage. She builds walls, I tear them down. No problem. Stay down. And it might planted.
What are you doing?
See ya.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
In the wild, fire means life. You be our fire, Phoenix. Right here.
You better hide, old man. There.
Carriers down.
Got spike. Enemy spotted.
Our spike is down. We move.
player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Breakaway.
Is down.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
I have the spike. Loosen up.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last
Spike
player
carrier is dead.
standing.
Now I know how annoying my healing can be. Come on, let's go! Healing you.
Healer's down. Carrier's down.
Enemy spot.
Last player standing.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
Stay safe.
Come on, let's
Blocking
go.
sight. Yikes.
Enemy spotted. Enemy down.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
You will not kill my allies. Watch this.
Prepare for hellfire!
One enemy remaining.
Here comes the party. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. There.
Eyes up.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
You should run.
Enemy spike down.
Last player standing.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Just me? Okay.
Right here.
Let's go. Embarrassing.
Blocking sight. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy
Be
remaining.
faster.
Deal done.
Last player standing.
Reload him.
Blocking sight. Enemy. Opponent killed. Enemy. Return to dust.
Got spike.
30 seconds left.
Going up.
Last player standing. Ten seconds left.
mentioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Come on, let's go! Enemy spotted.
Enemy removed. You should run. Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Let them try to get through me.
Overtake them.
Jug's no good as well. Omni Slash is a bit too long. A Slark would be decent against Lifestealer. Not great against Bloodseeker. That's a direct counter. I don't know. Options are... it's a tricky one for 496 to close it out. Maybe a Magnus one, and then you'd get the RP option if you wanted that. But again, cooldowns, 496, they don't enjoy it in cooldowns. You're gonna have to choose though.
That is true.
10 seconds remaining.
Last pickup. The pos 1 to be had.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of the popular options are already gone. Again, this isn't a team that really picks popular options anyway. They bring out something special. Still very curious as to what this Techies band's for, by the way. Oh, 496 go for a TA now. So, position 1 Wind Ranger? Is that what we're looking at? Or is it just a pos 1 TA?
No, you don't want that in... You don't want that.
It doesn't make sense to throw the TA mid. Like, you'd rather throw it mid than safe, but...
You may now select your hero.
If you're going to run a core Wind Ranger, she also wants the XP. That's the problem.
Yeah. It's a difficult one. You've got this Ember Spirit last pick for Fnatic, really straightforward for them. Up against a TA, it's really good. You burn through Refraction, you have to wait for the side blades for Hong to be ready, and then you can dance around it. Is a Bombi Wind Ranger, a Death BB Winter Wyvern. Are they
okay. Yesterday they were swapping. It's not guaranteed that it's going to be like a pos 1 Wyvern or a position 1 Venomancer or anything like that. Then again, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, only time will tell. And that is a lovely. I love the Arcana, but the way he set it out, he's got the Phoenix going on the shoulder. I'll just get it maxed out for the people to see. But that is a very very nice kind of cosmetic to have. I didn't even know Wind Ranger had a Phoenix.
Yeah,
a Phoenix cosmetic.
I believe that was from one of those. Do you remember those? Well, do you remember when the battle pass was seasonal, an actual seasonal battle pass? I think it was from one of those paths. You know, the optional quests. Yeah, they had this Wind Ranger set. I grinded that forever. That's why I have a 40 sub 50 win rate and Wind Ranger. I just kept playing it to get that shit. You know, it's like you really want it, you got to play it still. 496, another surprising draft. We'll see how they work it out. Fnatic, I think they fixed a lot of their issues. Moon on an Ember, this is something we're used to seeing from him. He can finally dance around in the mid lane as he'd want to. We'll see if 496 is up for it. This is a much more solid way of playing into it for Fnatic. And I still want to see what exactly they're planning, because every time they do these player swaps, it's always a tad bit confusing.
It is.
Prepare for
Sure,
battle.
it's just as confusing for Fnatic than it is for us.
Yo, this guy has no chill,
I
man.
have absolutely no clue what's right now.
All right. Nah, okay. So it's that. So there's not anything crazy like the pause from Wyvern. Sadly, no Ags rush with an Orchid with a Maelstrom here. Nothing like that. It's gonna be a straightforward support, which means Bombi 1. I don't know. But Wind Ranger. I mean, I'm not a hater of the Wind Ranger if it is a core. I'm not the greatest fan of it in the pause 1 role, though. Like, it needs EXP more than gold. Prioritizing it that way is not sensible. They could be going... No, Yassi's got the brown boots. Yeah, it's definitely Bombi in 1, okay. So we'll see how it pays off. Not confidence-inspiring, but 496 has proven us wrong before. They might prove us wrong here.
May. Could be an easy game for him. You pointed it out, but Moon is very, very dangerous on this Ember. One of the specials can get done. Even AU on the Ogre Magi, I do wonder what kind of item build he goes for, but just being able to spam Bloodlust on your Ember, on your Bloodseeker, and of course on the Lifestealer is going to be very, very influential this game, I'm sure. He does get the space. You wouldn't blame AU for going for that Midas build we've been seeing in pubs recently.
Of course.
It's very, very good on the Ogre Magi. Allows you to snowball into a secondary core almost.
Yeah.
Once you get into the mid to late game.
It's not too heavy an investment. A slower early game for sure. Once you have it up, you're going to accelerate really fast. I'm also curious to see how they play around their Bloodseekers. So you've got DJ on the Blood in the offlane. He is grouped up with Zephyr in the Clock, and Zephyr is an amazing Clockwork player. Well, of course, up against Bombi on the safe lane Wind Ranger, and that BB on the support Wyvern. An interesting dual lane. DJ is going to get started. The Blood Right spam going to be annoying to contend with, but this is 2 ranged heroes up against 2 melee. Might be a bit tricky to close that gap here and get some damage off if you're on Fnatic's end.
So, in that mid lane, Hung and Moon going to be up against each other, and this is not the most fun lane for a TA. It's that Flame Guard is always going to easily burn through the refraction charges of Hung. Should mean Moon can get some decent damage off onto this TA a bit later on. But of course, Hung on the brighter side does have the taunt, so you can just keep clapping the whole time.
Yeah, that is a mental advantage for sure for Hung. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he opts for the refraction. We've seen a lot of TA players still go for higher level refractions over Sideblades early. In this case, if you go Sideblades, I think you can shove Moon away. He's already copying a fair bit of damage. Develops, you've got the bot lane here as well. Red and Yassi on the Veno Tiny up against Raven and AU, and this one is, again, a harder lane for a Venomancer to fully bully out. Both of these heroes from Fnatic are really tanky. Ogre is tanky, Lifestealer is tanky, and Lifestealer can level up a Rage if he's in danger.
Don't curse them, John. AU, he's been galed up now. He'll be fine. Avalanche is going to come out from Yassi and Red. He's going to try and turn back around on Raven, but Raven will do the same onto Yassi. Pan out for either side. It's just a bit of trade on the harass. Yassi will be fine anyway. He'll just salve and clarity up. Wait for the next opportunity. I think for 496, down to this bot lane, like, as long as you can even it out, I think that's a big win for 496, because you know you can't win the lane against the Lifestealer. You can try to harass him a little bit, but it is going to be pretty tough. Still, Yassi is coming in onto Raven. Does have Avalanche toss. He's waiting for the Rage to be expended, but Avalanche is out. Raven toss there. They get the first blood.
Ooh, man. It's not a good sign.
The Rage.
No, he went for Neat Feast and Open Wounds. They're trying to play aggressive and build up, but it's not working out. Like, they are tanky, yes. The magic damage from 496 is a lot more, and Red, he's not letting off. He's doing a lot more insisting in Gale. His right click's hurt. The Gale hurts when it lands, and these two heroes aren't particularly fast without Boot Spike.
They are not. Bit of a close call down at mid lane for Moon, almost going down to the side blade damage of Hung. He'll be alright, he'll just bottle himself up and get back into that lane. How's our top lane going?
Structures are fortified.
DJ's been having a very good time with this Bloodseeker so far. Bombi not too far behind, just about 4 last hits behind the Bloodseeker, but has been a great kind of combination of Zephyr and DJ Zephyr constantly just pulling the creeps behind his tier 2 tower and just equaling out the lane matchup. Make it very hard for Bombi to actually harass with this Wind Ranger onto that Bloodseeker, because the equilibrium is never really the way of 496. It's just constantly been Fnatic's way.
It's there, and that is allowing DJ to really get a good start on the Bloodseeker, so expect his first up fast. They've also got really solid rune control here, Zephyr, just ensuring that the runes are not going to Hung, just not going to be able to find as much region. That is just going to offset this lane a bit. Like, Hung still not having a good time. The matchup for Moon is still going well. Opt for a mix with the side blades and a refraction, but Moon's already a full level ahead.
And Moon's gonna run at him now, but try and stand his ground a little bit. More damage out. Of course, you still have the refraction bonus damage, even if the shield does wear off, so you can't really keep running with the Flame Guard. It can be a little bit dangerous. Still bot lane. That BB has made the rotation in on the Wyvern. Yes, he had Avalanche back up after Raven, but he does have Rage this time. It'll be okay to Rage out of there and get salved up by AU.
Yeah, and that's when this lane starts to be able to hold its own a bit better. Of course, our Rage does have a bit of a cooldown. You're going to have to wait it out every single time, but that's enough time for them to just kind of reset, go back and farm. They're going to maintain this trial lane for a bit. That BB just sticking around, be forcing Raven out.
Sassy get open wounded, but the Rage is going to wear off. Still 3 heroes around, and Raven should just be dead. He cannot get out. He'll try to man fight a little bit, but ultimately does die. And 496 doing a great job of making it a very hard game already for Raven.
Yeah, he's not off to the good start he wants. 24-4. Yeah, compare that to Bombi, a 32-1. And Bombi, for his part, it called it a hard lane. If that was a hard lane up top, this Lifestealer lane is something even less pretty than that.
See? He does have remnants available, so he should be just fine. If he wants to go back for that power rune, it's going to be up top anyway. Get a haste rune for himself, bottle that up, and be safe. Does give Zephyr a bit of lane XP while he was searching for that power rune. Zephyr will eventually just have to leave. Follow AU as they do spot out Yassi. Bloodlust going to allow Zephyr to break the gap here with that added movement. I want to go on to Yassi because he can always toss him out of there. Moon. Need to go in with the chains onto Hung. They've even got DJ here now with a rupture out, but Hung going to stand his ground in the blood right. Eats a fairy fire, still in trouble, but now Bombi's going to rotate in. Still great cogs pushback from Zephyr, and that'll actually save DJ on the Bloodseeker, but it will cost him his own life. Still, you did kill off Hung, so you are very happy as Fnatic.
Oh, definitely are. Slowing down that TA from 496. This does mean Hung will need a lot of investment in that jungle. Camps need to be stacked up. And, you need to start warding that area to ensure your TA has a good bounce back in. But Fnatic, despite only having 1 kill, they maintain a slight net worth lead. Moon's already clearing out his own stacks to speak of. He's going to get a nice injection into net worth. Set themselves up for more aggression down the line once these first few items do start to get picked up.
Absolutely. See Moon going and taking that quad stack, I believe it was, in the triangle, and that's going to really help him escalate in terms of net worth. His phase boots on the way now, and he needs to be able to set a tempo here so Raven can get some free space going on that Lifestealer. Gonna go back mid. See Yassi for a second, but they want Hung. Know exactly where he's farming. Can't really get in range, however. The TPs are coming in from 496. Fnatic, they'll just start taking stacks away from 496, which is really a smart play to make. PA isn't really anything without farm, so if you could just steal the stacks away, it doesn't really matter if you don't kill him. Unless you die yourself. Traps are out, but he will remnant out of there in time.
Is under attack.
Yeah, see, still looking to see if he can try to catch up, but there is no way to do so to let the Ember go.
Yeah, and so Fnatic just winning out in these farm trades. 496. They're just not able to really get anything done. It's a slower game for them. We're not used to seeing that from this team. that's the situation they're forced in. You've got Red versus Raven, and Raven has still been kept in check. Starting to keep bot lanes and hunt.
Almost catches that BB, the Blood Right not landing. Remnants will, however. Moon does clean up. Nice pick off once again from Fnatic. Looks like the tables have turned almost. They're the ones being much more aggressive. In comparison to game 1 where it was 496. Seems to be the way to play this out.
Yeah, they've put 496 in an awkward spot where they do want to farm up, although up top, Bombi.
And he's got Raven with the shackles and with the focus fire. Your rage means nothing. Huge pick off there for Bombi, and you can't underestimate Wind Ranger with a javelin. It's just so much bonus damage.
Oh yeah, and Bombi's holding his own on that fort, just behind the two heroes of Fnatic and his own Veno. So doing a great job. Once he's got that MKB, damage is going to shoot up, but it's still a long way to go in that end, and he's left alone top. Not a very good position to be in.
Not. Level 1 Wind Run is available, but now Zephyr doesn't have the hook shot yet, so Bombi's gonna have to make some magic happen, but he is in the cog now with a rupture out. TPs are coming in. That's a great shackles from Bombi. It's just not gonna be enough. Still Red looking to turn back around. Great toss avalanche from Yassi with the Poison Nova. They'll have a Blood Right to try and help, but it may be no good. They'll lose Zephyr, and it looks like they are also gonna lose AU. I guess on the brighter side, though, you do kill off that position 1 Wind Ranger.
You take it. That's all you want. Slow down the progress towards the MKB. Wind Ranger is not a particularly great jungler or farmer. I mean, you can clear out some camps. That's really the spot for TA. So Bombi's going to have to look for farm in the lanes. Every time you punish it, you offset that MKB timing, you offset that power spike, and Fnatic, they're looking really a lot better. It's still 3-6, it's still a slight lead for 496 here, but DJ with a Veil, they've been a lot more active around the map. This is going to enable Moon, of course, get the damage out, and they're just doing that. They're around the map, they're fighting, they're giving Raven space in the jungle to farm up. He's rushing towards that armlet now to have some presence. And once he's got that up, maybe once the phase boots are up as well, we can start to expect some of those infest plays that we're talking about.
Certainly so. Moon's still having a fantastic mid. Going for the Blade Mail rush. Allowing him to get aggressive early on with that Blade Mail, and makes it much harder to go against him, especially if you are Bombi on the Wind Ranger. Wow. Luckily for Bombi, they did recently add the feature where you can stop yourself from attacking during focus fire. So it's not an instantaneous death once that Blade Mail is turned on. You gotta be careful. Fnatic grouping up.
Radiant are scanning.
Run through to the or rather Diet Triangle.
Radiant's top tower is
that
under
BB's
attack.
around that area. Now going to be able to catch him out with the nice chains from Moon. He'll try to Arctic burn out, but there is no hope in hell. Now transitioning to mid is Fnatic. As he does show himself, trying to push that creep wave out, but Moon is going to go in with a great chains through the Remnant. Still hook shot there from Zephyr as well, catching out another one. It's going to be Red on the Venom, but the buybacks, here we go. Yassi going to TP in mid. They've already killed off Zephyr. In fact, never mind, his TP's on cooldown.
Radiant's middle tower
Bit of a misplay.
That's an awkward situation for 496, but you know, you find one for your trouble. They're gonna try to pump up, and they need to make something happen here.
Jackal, he has no remnants available, so focus fire is going to be out from Bombi. In fact, he already had one out, but it's just too close. Hung will be able to get the kill. They're not even going to focus down the mid T1 tower yet. Get a regen rune there for Bombi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to turn back around, and it looks like they are going to give it a shot.
In that case, Yassi's buyback did pay off. The toss got him that kill. And with that kill, onto the mid tier one really important objective. Fnatic can't let this one go.
They can't, and they can always defend quite nicely with the blood right from DJ. Looks like 496 aren't interested in wasting time. They're going to go back to farming on this TA. Hung, he did just pick up his Desolator, but obviously wants to go for the Blink and BKB as soon as possible. You're almost getting to that point where you have the MKB available on Bombi, and once that's up, it's rough. Anybody on the map is basically susceptible to dying to this Wind Ranger.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a pretty scary time once those times hit. 9-6 for their part. They're still committing towards mid a bit. They've got the Venom wards down. They're just trying to kind of reel in that control. Fnatic still finding some decent farm. They take the top tier 1. They've got the arm-looking Raven. Now we haven't seen the Infest plays come out yet. You do start to expect it to come into play. And you've got this high mobility. You want that aggression with your Lifestealer. That's the way you'll play it, but quite ready to commit yet. Just playing it slow, playing it safe with Raven so far.
Just taking stacks away from 496 once again. T1 tower hung with that Desolator, make it much faster, and they know there's no cliff. Rupture out onto Red with the Blood Right, but Red will just keep running. In fact, he has a bit of travel. He's TP back towards the fountain, and the hook shot from Zephyr was never gonna land.
Oh man, that's a lot of time wasted. Not only was that a hook shot gone, it was also the Infest bomb. That was the first Infest bomb that was supposed to come out. Doesn't work out, and they're just back to farming, which is not too bad for Fnatic. They're still holding on, keeping up. They're about 1k, 2k behind, but you look at Hung. He's 300 gold off that blink. He's got the Desolator up. He can hit like a truck. The MKB for Bombi. Just lacking 300 gold. Major power spikes for these two heroes coming up, Mike, and Fnatic. I feel like they're completely ready for that yet.
Team that way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Running into Yassi. Avalanche toss gonna be up. Alright, apparently he just dies to that.
Oh,
I know Avalanche toss does a lot of damage, but well, they're the same level. Yassi 10. So is Moon.
Oh,
I didn't realize they were this far behind.
That's really not a good spot to be in. The distribution for EXP from 496 just on point. Like getting your Tiny up to that point really fast, able to this aggressive play and effort.
Fumble down the bot lane. Bombi. Wow! Get out of there. Things are looking very, very dire for Fnatic at the moment. It's not the kind of lead you'd expect to have right now. Moon gonna try onto that TA. Hung can't fight back with Blade Mail active. Gonna try for the TP, but no. They do have enough damage. Nice little play out from Moon and AU, but down in the mid lane. They've caught out Raven with the focus fire and shackle shot. It's almost a guaranteed kill, and it will be. Zephyr unable to help, but they're going to try and fight back. DJ is out with Zephyr. They do kill off Yassi, but you're going to lose your clockwork in return. DJ is able to cancel the TP off that BB, but he is still alive, and DJ is going to go down.
Oh, no.
You were a fool to oppose me.
Oh, no.
It's a 1-for-3 trade in that mid lane. They're forcing fights, but they just can't really contest right now.
I mean, they punished the TA, but Bombi with his MKB hits so hard. You just can't stop the guy. The only person Bombi should not focus fire is Moon. More than likely just Moon. Don't bother. He's got the Blade Mail. You're not going to live through it. But anyone else that he catches out with his shackles at this point, so really good luck for 496. 3k lead. Fnatic, I mean, we expected it to be aggressive. They were aggressive earlier. But where's the Infest place? I've been saying that for the past 5 minutes. When you go armlet, you do want to play that aggressive. You've got a clock, you've got the Ember, you've got the Bloodseeker who can just run in. And they're just not finding the chances to use that spell combination. It's wasting the potential of this lineup.
Dire structures are fortified.
It just seems like they're not really confident with the amount of farm and XP they have right now to make those Infest plays. I can't quite disagree with them either. Like, you're just falling too far behind.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
For Raven, right? It's like, how do I kill this Wind Ranger without an MKB anyway? She's gonna wind run, and I can't do anything. It's a weird situation to be in here for this lifestealer. Wow! He is working.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Being
attack.
a Deso Echo Saber, as far as I can tell. No. Hook shot. Zephyr gonna catch out the Venom. Red's in trouble with the meteor hammer to drop. Still falling, but comes in with a toss avalanche, and they just melt. And Red does not die. The cold embrace from that BB is gonna keep him alive.
The coordination.
An essence ring.
The coordination from 496. They're just so well together. Always together, playing as 4, playing as 5. Not afraid to commit to find these kills, and they may just be finding support kills, but they've got the 5k lead off the back of that.
Have help there. Moon's gonna be somewhat cautious. All right, they ping him out there. They know where he's running. Moon, not want to die like this. He has no remnants or mana. Gonna get avalanche tossed. He's gone.
Oh no.
They get a whiff of where you are. They're not going to sit back and farm. You know this team. They're just going to come and take the kill.
It's getting from bad to worse, and I didn't even see this. Hung has the Ags TA. Got global presence now. It's the Ninja TA in play. No blink, Mike. Deso Ags. That's all you need.
I love it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I can't say I agree with the item build, but who might as well, right? They're winning the game. I guess it's the way to play it. In fact, a great toss back out from Yahtzee once again. And Zephyr, all they can do is accept his fate to Bombi. No, John, it's getting bad for Fnatic now. What do they need to do?
That's a difficult proposition. I would say they need to play aggressive. It's just that they're not targeting the right heroes. They need to keep hunting, say, the Venomancer. Punching the TA.
It's under attack.
Almost goes down. Luckily, DJ around to be the infest target. Bombi's just going to stick around and try to attack DJ. Looks like both will be fine. Broke up, but it was spotted out.
School given.
Bit of an accidental smoke there from that BB. So while all that was happening, John, bottom tier 2 tower is gone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Fnatic,
attack.
they're trying to take another team fight. Have the infest still going. They're going to try onto the Winter Wyvern. Curse is available. They'll just turn around, but Moon does end up getting the kill onto our Wyvern. It's a good start here for Fnatic. They want to keep going. It's very, very challenging when there's Plague Ward spotting out everything you're doing. They do get Yahtzee. Nice avalanche. Great hook shot in from Zephyr. They are going to be able to get a secondary out of this, but here comes Hung. He does use the axe to come in style, but it may cost him. Or maybe not. Moon can't take the team fight. Now Bombi does clean up Raven, going back up towards the north. They could not kill the TA, and Moon and DJ go down. Red with a double kill on the Venomancer with all this poison damage.
That is not what you want to be seeing here. There's no pipe on Fnatic. They just don't have the room to farm that up. DJ opted for the Veil build. He went for the Eul's. He's going for the Halberd. But that means the Venomancer is still going to be constantly pumping that damage out. And with all those spells used, knowing that they go into the Roche Pit. This Roche will not survive long, but all the physical damage on hand from 496.
Yeah, if you're Zephyr right now on the clock, you probably don't want that meteor hammer anymore. You'd have rather gone into the punch. Not about your team, but fortunately it's not the case for him. And Hung, you've got to keep an eye on this man, Johnny. He's just all over the map now with this Ags. So, in that last team fight, he just came in from behind at the tier 1 tower, ended up TPing out and saving his own life. They have spotted out a DD rune down to that bot lane for 496, but Bombi's going to leave it.
Radiant's
looking at Raven.
under attack.
Raven shackled up, but look at the damage. Hook shot is there from Zephyr. It's just too late. They're going to try and trade here. The Bloodrite and the Rupture. Bombi just standing his ground, going up against Zephyr. There's a great shackles out. The neutral camp's even helping now. Bombi, he won't die. AU in trouble. It's to get out of there. The Fire Blast, the Blood Rite, the Winter's Curse though from that BP with the Fire Blast. They all melt.
Is under attack.
And Bombi is alive and well.
Radiant's
Oh, that is so demoralizing for Fnatic.
Oh, come on. The neutral camp up top, giving you the shackle in the blind? Really? Bombi, what's he doing to this game, man? He's making those camps work for him. And Fnatic 9-23, 15k behind. I was saying infest bombs are the way to go. I'm not sure if you can even kill any one of them anymore. Your damage not up to snuff yet. And 496, tier 2 gone. And they just go back to it. They just go back farming, do it back splitting lanes. Look at Bombi.
Oh, Moon. Yeah, Bombi. Even with the blade mail, he just doesn't care. It's like, I'll die with you, sir, if that's what it takes.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You know,
this is a very rough game.
You know, I was reading mumblings. Apparently, Bombi is one Wind Ranger player. He's one person that won a lot of games in Pause when wins. You know, we were wrong doubting it. Apparently, you don't doubt this guy on the Wind Ranger. He's just terrific. Absolutely terrific.
Well, he's proving that right now, isn't he? He's doing a fantastic job. 10-1-9. Wind Ranger. Has the blink up now, so they can really close that gap and get those nice shackles that we're hoping to see. It's like 496 just ready to set up for that top tier 2 tower. It's just surgical moves here from 496. There's absolutely nothing to stop them.
No, definitely not. And Fnatic, they're trying to rein control back in their jungler wards here, though.
Bomb misses a hook shot. Raven caught out by the shackles at the same neutral camp, and he does end up going down. Now Zappa getting shackled up as well with the Winter's Curse on top. Why the hell not? Zephyr has no hook shot, and this is just... Oh boy, I mean, this is rough. This is as rough as it gets.
Radiant's middle tower.
There it is. GG's called. They've had enough.
Oh no. Fnatic, man. From the top of C.
I think it's unfair to say...
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, really performing. Bombi Wind Ranger. Yassi a while going to clock.